Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight, Monday, August 22nd. Kelly, well, first I would entertain a motion to leave non-public and seal the minutes of the non-public.
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up, could we have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor McCachran,
Here.
Assistant Mayor Kelly,
Here.
Councilor Tabor,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Moreau,
Here.
Councilor Bagley,
Here.
Councilor Lombardi,
Here.
Councilor Blaylock,
Here.
Councilor Cook.
Here.
And next, for the invocation, I would like to remember two people, both connected to Portsmouth. First, Donna Miller, born and raised in Portsmouth, born at the shipyard, actually. Her daughter, Tara, served on the school board for a number of years, and she was a great grandma to four boys, and could always find her at the beach bringing somebody a smile. I know that Tara misses her deeply and like to extend our condolences. And I would also like to extend our condolences to the Lombardi family. Vince lost his brother, Alan, recently after a courageous battle with Parkinson's. He died peacefully, and our thoughts and prayers go out to you and your entire family, Vince.
Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next up, acceptance of minutes. Kelly's working through all of these. We're getting close. For the June 21st and July 11th of 2022, sample motion move to accept and approve the minutes of the June 21st and July 11th.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And next is a, well, this is pretty bittersweet, I would say. And it makes sense. You're not going to have all these guys in City Hall without at least one fire alarm going off. But we're here to recognize Chief Germain for the many numbers of years of service to the city. It's bittersweet that, you know, we got Chief McQuown who's going to come up and do a great job. But it's a sad day for Portsmouth because we're leaving somebody that brought so much to the department and brought even more to the city of Portsmouth. You know, I got to know the chief over, you know, this year certainly, but really over the previous 2 years where, you know, we had this thing. People might remember COVID, and when everybody else kind of, you know, things were shutting down, these guys were revving up. But that wasn't even the first, you know, real interaction we had with the chief. The first real interaction was around the budget and focusing how can we create a fire department that's truly responsive. You know, putting things like, you know, fitness requirements, working to change the schedule so the guys and gals could be better members of the fire department. I was just blown away with his attention to detail and his standard of excellence. There's big shoes to fill. And so tonight, you know, it's always a little strange because we don't have keys to the city. Because if we had one, if we had any doors that were closed or locked, Chief, I promise you'd be getting one. But what I have here is a challenge coin from the city of Portsmouth, and on it is the insignia of City of the Open Door. And I think that there is there's a lot of things that we talk about up here on the dais about, keeping our doors open. But you led the fire department in a time that hopefully we never see again, to keep the doors and really the lights on for our city in one of our darkest hours. So I look forward to standing up and walking down there and shaking your hand one last time as Chief of Police, and wish you. Kelly got me a little late on that. It will be the first and last time as Chief of Police, and also the last time as the fire chief. So you got a field promotion there or demotion, depending on what you guys look at it. I'm so proud to have gotten to know you. As everyone up on this dais is, you are an exemplary member of our community and a testament to what hard work can achieve. So thank you, Fire Chief Germain.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the kind words and the recognition and the accolades, and I'll accept them on behalf of the men and women of your fire department, because they're the ones in the street that make the difference in people's lives every day. And yes, I'm the head of that organization, but if I look good, it's because they make me look good. And I could not stand here and accept any type of recognition without acknowledging the hard work from the men and women that come to work every day, and their primary focus is the protection of the people that come into this city. So thank you for that. I would be remiss if I didn't thank yourself and this council for just the unprecedented support of the fire department. Excuse me. Well, I've been the chief, especially this last budget cycle. When we get the support as the public employees, especially in the fire department, from our elected officials, that resonates down the organization chart all the way, to the newest people in the department. And they recognize that, they see that support. It turns into, a happier firefighter, which that goes into their better home life and work-life balance, and become better firefighters and just better productive employees, and especially when it takes on a financial aspect like it did this past time here. So thank you for that, and I would acknowledge also the previous council, many of which are here tonight, for their support of our health and wellness program, and the mayor certainly was a champion of that and helped get that along, and I still feel is that, to your point, Mayor, that is one of the more significant and impactful things I was able to get done as the fire chief, because the protecting the number one most important asset that we have is our people, and I don't think there's anything more important than that. And if we can protect them, then they can protect the city better. On another note, you have a contract in front of you this evening for Deputy Howe, and hopefully next month for soon-to-be Chief McQuillan. These guys have been my right hand for a long time here, and they're long-time dedicated employees of this city. They're very good at what they do, and I can assure you they come to work every day with their primary focus is the protection of the people that are in this city, whether it's through emergency response and operations or fire prevention and code enforcement. They are just the top of their profession, and I would urge unanimous support of those working agreements. They're worth it. They're worth every bit of it. Thank you to all. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. It's easier if you come up. Is that all right? Well, you can't technically as fire chief, but once you retire, it's...
Sit in your chair.
Absolutely. This way people don't have to look at the receipt here. That's great.
Thanks again.
Your Honor, while the fire department's here, I'd like to suspend the rules to bring forward item 11A1, which is the approval of the deputy fire chief's contract.
Does it have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I simply motion that we accept the deputy fire chief's contract as presented. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congrats, guys. Thanks again, Chief. Thank you. Now, you guys will have to probably listen to one of the chiefs here, but you're free to go if you want. I say that to the Clippers when they come in to get awards, but appreciate the show of support, and thanks for keeping us safe. All right, next up is public comment. We will start with those that signed up and then look to the Zoom. Please use the next few minutes, 3 minutes, to raise your hand. First, I think it's George Dempsey and the topic of fear and divisiveness.
Good evening, George Dempsey, 42 Dennett Street. Fear and divisive. Management creates fear. We still don't know what they're afraid of. Divisive behavior puts counsel against citizens. Good job on the management part, okay? On volunteers, what I've witnessed the last few weeks, how you've treated 3 people, you've denigrated them, you've insulted them, you demeaned them professionally. Who the hell do you think will be willing to volunteer for this city after you folks get through with this crap? Okay? To be blunt, you aren't qualified to sharpen their pencils, okay? Ethics. The dirtiest election by yourselves and your supporters, and you want to talk ethics to the people? Shame on you. A number of you have children. You take them to pediatricians. Some of you are grandparents, and you make sure your kids get seen by a pediatrician. A pediatrician has 10 to 12 years of professional education. I have a suggestion for you. You like pushing stuff on the people, I'll push something on you, okay? Next time your kids are sick, take them to Mo, Larry, and Curly on your council. Thank you, good night.
Thank you, George. Next up is Jim Lee on the topic of committees.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jim Lee. I live at 520 Sagamore Avenue in Portsmouth. I'd like to speak against the movement to remove the 3 members of the Audit Committee. I've had the opportunity during my 40-year-plus real estate career to serve as a volunteer at all levels of that organization and many other organizations. And I can tell you, we could not operate as effectively do without volunteers. I mean, I've volunteered on just about every position there is there, and served as president, board of directors, treasurer, all that sort of thing. And again, you know, we live with our volunteers. I think, you know, I enjoy volunteering. I think our volunteers bring a lot of expertise and to the table, especially the three guys that are members of the audit committee. Their level of expertise in the audits is beyond anything I could ever imagine. We had audits at all levels of our organization too annually. We had budgets of several hundreds of millions of dollars. And I assure you, we never used the same audit firm for 27 years in a row. That is like far too long. And I come from the South, and in the South we have a saying there, about that dog won't hunt. And I don't know if you know the origin of that or not, but in the South, a lot of dogs are working dogs. They're hunting dogs. So if a dog won't hunt, it's a worthless dog, which is the origin of the phrase, that dog won't hunt. So as far as getting rid of the three members of the audit committee and having the same auditors for 27 years in a row, that dog won't hunt either. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next up, Peter Whalen on the topic of the audit committee.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Peter Whalen. I live at 100 Gate Street here in Portsmouth. And I'm here to speak against removing those three members from the Audit Committee. You know, we have a pretty rich tradition here in Portsmouth of volunteerism with our residents on all these boards. And I just want you to think about, what if you, the next committee that you would go to remove residents from would be trustees of the trust fund. They manage millions of dollars. Why not remove all three of those members? Peter Weeks, all of them, and then put city councilors on it. They're managing millions of dollars for the residents here in Portsmouth. What you're doing is not right. It's just not right. It doesn't pass the smell test. Where are you going to get volunteers to come on these boards anymore? I've watched over the past 3 or 4 months all three members of that committee being denigrated, talked about. It's just not right. So I'd urge you as members of this city council to have some fortitude and stand up and allow that audit committee to do what they're supposed to do. Just because you don't like the results of what they came up with and their expertise doesn't mean you throw them all off the board. So which board are you going to move to next? Is it going to be the planning board because you don't like the results? Is it going to be trustees of the trust fund? What is it? Just not right. We've got a rich tradition here in Portsmouth of citizens' involvement. Please vote down what you're going to do removing those members. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next up is Mark Brighton on the topic of warm milk and cookies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mark Brighton, South Mill Street. Warm milk and cookies. Since you folks are so terrified of McCallum and his McNevers, you managed to push back all of the important stuff until it's late in the evening. So I had wanted to stay and touch upon some of that, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to briefly talk about the ethics because that's the only thing left that I can do. You can't broadly criminalize some of these you folks want to broadly criminalize ethics complaints. You just can't do that. It doesn't make any sense. This ordinance is proposed ordinance is screwy enough that you need to start again. You need to look at it, rework it, get some of the foolish language out of there. I mean, you got the city manager gets to appoint the ethics officer. Let's say that she gets named in a complaint. What then? You make no provisions for these things. You got to start this whole thing again. It is too it's a mess. So please start it again. Now I'm going to retire to my warm milk and cookies because Bob and I are now 70 years old, and I need to go home and get my warm milk and cookies so I can go to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next up, we have Sue Polidora on the topic of the Audit Committee.
Good evening, Sue Polidora, Middle Street in Portsmouth, and thank you very much. You're getting really good at pronouncing my last name, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to talk about the Audit Committee as ditto for the last few times. As many of you know, that was the issue that got me from my chair to behind this little microphone. And number one, it makes no sense to me to replace highly qualified individuals with consultants paid for by the citizens of Portsmouth. And I'm talking to them right now. I'm talking to the citizens of Portsmouth. Do you want qualified, highly qualified volunteers being kicked out of the Audit Committee so they can pay other consultants to come in on your dime? That is up to you to do something about it. Second is that the argument about the council being the one responsible for the finances of the city and to appoint to make sure that audits get done in time. Well, this hasn't happened. We've had the same auditor for 27 years. So that means that the last 10 or so city councils have been neglectful in their duties because they really haven't managed. All that they had to do for the last 10 or 11 councils was to say, okay, you want to get this auditor here? Fine, vote for it, and it's done. Nobody has been involved to this depth on anything that had to do with the audits other than casting a vote. And again, I ask you, please send this amendment to this amendment back to the Governance Committee so it will not advance tonight. I think it's ill-advised. I don't think it's to the best interest of the people and definitely not the best interest of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Next up is Liza Hewitt on the topic of public engagement.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Liza Hewitt. I live at 726 Middle Road. Tonight you will hold the second reading and hear public comment for an ordinance change to change the membership of the Audit Committee to remove the 3 resident members. I don't understand what is going on with this City Council. I have heard you comment multiple times that one of your council goals is to increase public involvement. Yet, here you are considering removing experienced resident members from a city committee. Unfortunately, this is just the latest in a series of situations in which resident input has been stifled or just altogether ignored. You held public comment on the spending of $2.4 million to be paid to Michael Caine for the McIntyre, and another public comment session to reverse the previous decision on McIntyre. In both cases, the overwhelming public sentiment was to vote no. And what did you do? Ignore the public. You also ignored the public speakers speaking against the budget. I've observed you at City Council meetings moving items up on the agenda, thus pushing agenda items requiring public comment to the end of the meeting, sometimes occurring at 11:30. The mayor has attempted to silence members of the public when they clap in support of public comment. In the next few months, the Land Use Committee, chaired by Ms. Moreau, will be bringing forth changes to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. One of these proposed changes would limit the necessity for a variance by the Planning Board, thus removing a property abutter's opportunity to speak for or against the proposed building. Yet another example of this City Council attempting to limit public involvement. It seems to me that while you, the City Council, says you want to increase public involvement and public comment, You only want to hear from the residents that agree with you on the issues you are presenting. I sincerely hope that each and every one of you change this perception. Thank you.
Thank you, Liza. Next up, Esther Kennedy on what should Portsmouth be? Exclamation point, not a question mark.
Good evening, Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. First, I'd like to make a quick comment on the ethics changes. I feel that they're significant. You've changed the role of who is going to be the investigator quite a bit. So I would question whether you've changed them significantly enough to ask for a second public hearing since the last meeting when I read it tonight. On what should Portsmouth be? I'm really asking you tonight to really think about what Portsmouth is and what we are known for. If you go to places like the Manchester Airport, what do you see? If you watch MUR every morning, what pops up? If you go to out here in the hallways in many of our local businesses, you go to my bank up on Lafayette, what do you see? What Portsmouth is taking a picture of is the front of the waterfront. People like that view. People gravitate towards that view. Now, I sat and listened to the Land Use Committee, and I questioned what was happening and what some of the changes Ms. Moreau and her committee brought forward. And I ask you, before you move forward, what makes Portsmouth different than any other community in the United States? What do people want to see? Do they want to see big hotels? I don't see any pictures out there of big hotels. When you go to the Manchester luggage carousel, big picture as welcome to the New Hampshire is the waterfront of Portsmouth. It is not of our downtown hotels. So I think folks need to start thinking about what you want Portsmouth be, because you're not listening to the public, as we heard tonight. So it really needs to come from within. Mr. Bagley once told me that what he wants to see when they had the talks and the tables was a vibrant community. And I think you can have that too. But you got to keep these heights down. You got to look at our land use if that's what we want. Now, maybe that's not what we want. And that's okay too. But I'm not seeing that at all. I'm not seeing, wherever I look, anything but our vibrant waterfront. So I ask you, as we move forward to these zoning amendments and zoning changes, that you really think, and maybe you bring the public in to see what we want Portsmouth to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Next, Paige Trace on the topic of Portsmouth. You're in the right spot.
I think so. 27 Hancock Street, Paige Trace. I was listening to Esther Kennedy, and I was looking at all of you, and now I'm going to ask all of you to look at the Great Seal of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, both directly behind you, Mr. Mayor, and ladies and gentlemen, over behind Councilor Moreau. It's not of a hotel. She's right. It's of the waterfront, and a boat, and a dock, not of a hotel. I think that should give you all your direction. Hotels may be necessary, but they have no place in defining the city of Portsmouth. I ask that you'll keep that in mind. I also would like to bring up the topic of, I will save the Audit Committee for later because I assume, Mr. Mayor, there will be a public hearing on the Audit Committee that I might speak at. So oddly enough, I'll keep this very short tonight. I was looking at my phone earlier. I apologize. And there was another CSO event in South Mill Pond. Number 10A is flowing cheerfully. as we speak. And so I'd like to do an odd thing that won't necessarily make a lot of sense to a lot of people, but will likely make a lot of sense to you. I'd like to thank Terry Desmarais for all that he did for this city during my period of time as a city councilor. And I'd like the chance to publicly say to Terry, you were the appropriate picture, voice, person to define what was honest about the DPW next to Mr. Rice. So I thank you, Terry, if you're watching, or if somebody tells you what I said. I thank you very much for all of my interactions with you as the engineer for the DPW. And now I say to all of you as city councilors, please do something about the CSOs. Because it's raining right now, you should be able to do a bypass and blend because it's a wet weather situation. So if you're overwhelming, even with bypass and blend, here we go again, pouring raw sewage and stormwater into South Mill Pond. And I'm sorry to end on that note. I'll come visit you with the Audit Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Thank you for the words on Terry. We will definitely miss him. Next up is, here's my paper, Rick Beckstead on the topic of appointments.
Good evening, Rick Beckstead, 1395 Islington Street. I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank Chief Germain. I was on the council when we put him in that position, when they had the interview process and the commission was talking about going outside of the city, start looking. I went and wholeheartedly went and told several of the commissioners that he was the best man for the job, and he was. Working with Todd over the last 2 years was something that I'll never forget. I learned more about this city and the inner workings, the fire department, our emergency, the city itself, in a way that no one else ever will again. So I wanted to thank him again for that. As far as appointments go, so I'll speak at the Audit Committee thing because we have a public hearing on that, and I'll address a few things to Councilor Cook and some of the others that are out there. But actually, I grabbed the wrong piece of paper, but I'm going to go right now. So last Thursday, we learned that one of the alternate members from the Planning Board is actually resigned, and there is an opening that is now going to be there. I wanted to publicly tell the mayor that I have an application with me that I'm going to hand to you tonight for that position. And just as a reminder, I'm not sure how it goes about, but I did in July also put in a application for the alternate on the BOA. It is very difficult and very hard to find volunteers to come forward to serve the time. Councilor Monroe knows that. Anyone that's gone and served on a land use board knows that. Councilor Lombardi, you as well, how difficult and hard it is to go and do. And I would like to continue to serve my community in the best way that I know how, that I've been doing for 9 years, longer than just about anybody else that's up here. So I'm going to give that to you, let you know that there is also one for the BOA, and I'm ready to do your bidding if asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Are there any hands on Zoom? No hands on Zoom? Thank you very much. I saw you come in late. Are you here for public comment, sir? Did I take we pull this up before you wanted to sign up?
I never signed up. I just got here.
Did you want to speak at public comment?
What?
Did you want to speak at public comment?
Well, what's the subject?
It would be up to you, but we can, we'll close public comment now. But I just thought that you were looking to sign up and speak on something for 3 minutes. So we will move on to our public hearings and vote on ordinance and resolutions. First, the public hearing / second reading of ordinances, resolutions. This is a tabled, if memory serves me No, did we, is this not the tabled one from the?
I think it was this one, Mayor, but I could be wrong. It was
I think
one
we,
of them.
did we not table them both? I think we tabled them both because they all came up before. So, in the packet, it says, public hearing, second reading. I do believe I closed the public hearing at the previous meeting, so I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules, to open public hearing for this. Is this, I believe that that's correct when we tabled this?
It's actually on the agenda for a public hearing, so I
Okay,
don't
so we
think
don't
it's
need to do
necessary.
anything. Perfect. All right. Happy days. All right. So we will start with the public hearing on the first one for the boards. Anybody would like to speak? Public hearing for the boards.
Good evening again, Rick Beckstead, 1395 Islington Street. Public boards. Watching the governance committee, trying to figure out exactly what it entailed. I thought it was a good thing to go through some of them. I think Councilor Cook has done a good job, trying to revamp some things, reliven. There's a lot of challenges that are there, especially with the rotations of when people go in and when people go out. And a perfect example, and I lived through a few of them over the 4 years that I was on this council, where people resign, lives change. So you have to then fill it in. Now, the two board members that I had talked about with the BOA, that not only the entire 8 months that you have all been here and not been able to be filled, but during my time, those BOA alternate positions were not able to be filled. For a long duration period of time, that's going to put everything out of whack. And that's happened numerous times out of the 9 years that I've been involved with this. So that's part of an explanation. I guess my biggest worry, and some other speakers had spoken at the public comment, it is extremely difficult to get people to come forward, to be able to give their time and their energy. And we, the previous council, including with two that are up there now, wholeheartedly, unanimously voted on this audit committee that potentially could be abolished. Even Council Lazenby had agreed on this. It was a 9-0 vote. It was done. We agreed that 27 years was too long. And somewhere along the way, not this city manager, but a previous city manager had kind of taken on the role of what the council was supposed to be doing. We were the ones that were supposed to pick the audit committee. So it usually was about a contract every 3 years. And then over those 3 years, the council was supposed to. And it had been done in years. And it just kind of got forgotten. And we had a city manager that knew well as well, and no one ever questioned, for the most part. I did over my first 2 years, but that's me, and John and I have that kind of a relationship. But we all agreed on residences, experts. You've listened to Sue Palladora and others go and speak about these three people knowing what they're talking about. And when it comes down to it, it's a recommendation. I actually talked to some of the other previous councils and said that we made a mistake. We made a mistake and we only did it over a 3 year. So the chairman gets 3 years, the other two rotating get 2 years. Then you've got two representatives that are councilors that are there. Your term is 2 years. When we were done with our previous council, Councilor Huda and Councilor Kennedy, were done at the end of their term. Just like two of you will be at the end of the term. Done. So you're going to have one person that is going to remain on what I believe everyone in this discussion of the audit selection committee the entire time was they were looking for a 3-year contract. Even Suzanne Woodland had gone and said that. 3 years. So if in December of last year we had gone and selected one, 3 years count. The clock ticks. You sign the contract for 3 years. 2 of the 3 appointees that you're about to eliminate will already be gone. They'll be gone. Their term will be up, and a council will then be able to select 2 more or renew them if they're doing a good job or not doing a good job. Chris would have been the only one that would have started the process. And again, a recommendation. I served 5 years on the rec board as a public servant. I served 2 years as a representative on the council, just like Councilor Blaylock did. We made recommendations all the time. But it was up to the council to decide what was in the best interests, how to spend money, what was the biggest bang for the buck. That's what it was about. And that's exactly what the planning board does. In a lot of ways, they're making recommendations to you. That's it. And you do it or you don't. So this audit committee made a recommendation. There's a lot of things that went up in the air. There are a lot of things the public doesn't know about that you more or less know because of non-public issues that came up. Whether who was allowed to speak or what you were told to coming into this. Let them finish. Let them make a recommendation to the councilor. Councilor Lombardi, you went and said at one of the meetings, and I've watched most of them, one of the meetings you actually went and said that this is top secret, that the information that the audit committee looks at with this whole thing should not be public, that it should be up to the council, and it is up to the council to decide who you're going to hire and who you're not. Every bit of information that they look at and we all look at, either a council or the public, is public information, transparency. We can look at every number. The previous manager would invite people to come down to talk with the finance director and look at any number and open any book. That's clear, open government. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's not a top secret thing. And not only that, but you've got three literally experts that are here on this committee that the mayor and Councilor Tabor, along with 7 others, some in this room, went and said these were the best 3 people for the job to make a recommendation, nothing more. If you do this, you will send a message to every resident, every taxpayer, every voter, that you don't want to have anything to do with them. And when you have a different opinion, and that's all that this is a different opinion, we're going to remove you. I honestly think that some of that's been going on. Now, Councilor Cook, your big job with the governance committee was to go and make changes and reviews. I'm going to point one out to you. We are out of compliance with our planning board. Under our ordinance, and if you don't have it, I know you can get a copy of it. It's not something that's normally given. The building codes and stuff like that is not given. It's a different, separate book. But in there, it's a makeup of 9 members, right? 7 of them are residents of Portsmouth. 2 of them are ex officios. 1 of them is a city councilor that serves on there. And the second is the city manager. Now in there, it disclaims that the city manager can either sit in that position, which John did, or appoint, or. Not and, not both. I've had many conversations with Mr. Sullivan, and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. I would make the recommendation that you would actually go above and beyond what you're being told here and be able to talk to someone else outside of the city to be able to do it. The Municipality Association has some great contacts and people. We are out of compliance. And being out of compliance, anyone could sue us. And we all know you guys don't like lawsuits. So if we approve something or we deny something, being out of compliance, which the Municipality Association has said we are out of compliance, and they have. Talk to them yourselves. Don't ask somebody to go and pick up the phone. They will gladly pick up the phone from every representative, and any representative can call them at any given time. Correct, Bob? It's a yes, but nevertheless. So you have the ability to make a correction that we've been out of compliance for a very long time. It started out with the building inspector. One of our building inspectors was here, and I understand, Mayor,
I want to put 2 points on. We got to speak to the issue.
Correct.
And that's the audit committee. And 2, we're speaking right now on boards. I allowed it because you were in a groove and I didn't point that out, but I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up and keep it to the merits of the audit committee and the changes proposed, knowing that we're talking about boards and committees are under B.
Oh, and that's fine. I'll wrap it up. But Councilor Cook, I think it made your point. You can call me anytime, and I'd be more than happy to talk about it. That is something of value to look at and change. The audit committee is not. Let these experts, let these people make a recommendation, and they'll sail on. You don't have to reappoint them. I think actually 2 of the 3 will actually come up next year under this council, and you can make a recommendation to renew them or to replace them. It's simply a recommendation to the council, nothing more. And you have plenty of boards that make those recommendations. The EDC makes recommendations all the time. Don't have to follow by it. You can do what you want, and it's that you should be. If you want to go and choose to do something from a financial perspective, from a policy perspective, it's a recommendation. This is an insult to the city of Portsmouth, especially something where I don't even believe the ink is even dry on this committee. Literally, leave the committee alone, please. Take the recommendation or deny it, but leave these 3 people alone. Don't cost the taxpayer more money by the ones that will be on this audit committee to go and hire an expert to decide on whether this is a good audit committee or not. You have the audit committee in front of you. Please continue with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. And then just for other speakers, this is A, so this is about changing not the audit committee, but the boards. This is, so there's two, there's a public hearing, first the public hearing on A, and then the public hearing on B. So we're going to get through A first, and A is boards, of which we're eliminating the Board of Health, the Heritage Museum Board, plumbing examiner. But this is boards. So the audit committee is under committee, so that's under B. So if there are any more speakers on this, and again, I wasn't clear, so I allowed it there, but we're only going to speak to, Esther, you want to speak to the boards?
Yes, please. Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. I think the reason it was unclear is it's very unclear in the document that we have. It doesn't say audit committee, it doesn't say boards, it says the RSA, which, I mean the chapter note, which is fine, but you have to go and look it up. I was just trying to look it up on the phone to see what exactly you were talking about. So it was a little confusing in the agenda. With that said, I am speaking here on boards because I think our boards are very important. I'm a little disappointed that we no longer have a PEIRCE Island committee. I think things are going a little crazy, a little haywire over there. As someone who's in a direct abutter to PEIRCE Island, I see a lot. It kind of even stems right from the sewage treatment plant, the cleaning of the walkways, the making sure the mangroves don't get out of control, making sure that people are self-policing themselves. A lot of our PEIRCE Island committee was very good at all that and making sure that they had control somewhat of the everyday visits over there to make sure people were following our process and policies and procedures of a city and keeping that island beautiful. I'm very fearful without the PEIRCE Island committee if that will continue. I remember the days as someone who's lived here quite a few years now in Portsmouth when you didn't even want to go to PEIRCE Island at night. You didn't want to go on PEIRCE Island and enjoy the island. It was a pretty scary place. It was filled with needles, drugs, alcohol bottles, and it was really not a good place to go. I would hate to get back to there. And I'm not sure, as a city, we have that capability to do the everyday walkthroughs that many of these people did, just enjoying their time. So I would ask you to look at the PEIRCE Island Committee again. I also believe that most of our boards and the way they work is really giving you as counselor support. As Mr. Beckstead said, you don't have to take what the boards say. But as you review these boards, what are you gaining from them? What are you looking at? And I'm really not sure a thorough review of boards. It seems like we're trying to race through this, and a thorough review of boards of what this board does. What does it give the community and the city? How many people should be on it? What should be the makeup of it? For example, the rec board, with some of the recreational needs changing, should we look at that? Should we look at the other boards like Prescott Park? And what is the makeup of that? What is our opportunities? Personally, on the Prescott Park board, I would think you would want someone that has some idea of sea level rise. So I think none of that was a disgust. It was an attack on our boards. It was a review and then questions. But nothing was looked at like a whole. What does this board do for our community? What do the people on this board do for our community? What are we gathering from the community? There is not one board that you have to take the absolute as a counselor. You're in charge. You don't even have to take it from the city manager. You're in charge. There are 9 people in charge in our city right now. It's you. But I do think with people that are sitting on these boards, spending hours, many of you sat on boards. I sat on boards before I was a counselor. It is really a time and opportunity to take their knowledge and what they're offering and really sift through it. Whether you accept it or not is your choice. But you need to listen. And none of that was a discussion when we were discussing boards. None of it was looked at individually of what this board does. What does this board do? And I would ask you to do that. Because if we're going to thoroughly do a review of boards, which I think should happen, don't get me wrong, I would think it would take weeks to invite those boards in, ask them what their needs are, what their wants are, and then make a pure judgment on the board. So I just caution you, and I would ask you to take a little bit more time on this and really look at each board and not just target certain boards and say, what is this board going to do and support the city? And how does that work? Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. And then again, this Pierce Island also falls under the commissions, which is B. Are there anybody else left to speak on A, which is the removal of the Board of Health, the Board of Plumbing Examiners, and the Board of Heritage Museum Board? And, yep. Any other public comment on the removal of those boards?
There's no one on Zoom.
And no one on Zoom. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing on that, and we'll wait a sample motion, move to pass second reading and hold third and final reading at the September 19th, 2022 City Council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that here are the changes that are coming before the council in Chapter 1, Article 3, boards, are eliminating boards that no longer meet and no longer exist in the city structure. That is all that was done in this review of this ordinance. And the goal of the Governance Committee was to review the ordinance and make sure that we didn't have boards listed in our ordinance that were not meeting and not operating. And so that's the review that was done. So that's what you're seeing before you today.
Thank you, Councilor Cook. Any other comments? No, Kelly, do we need a roll call vote on this?
No, Mayor.
No. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. Okay, now we're going on to, so that moves to third and final reading. Now we're going on to B, the public hearing, second reading of ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 4, Commissions and Authorities. Sample motion, move to pass second reading and hold third and final reading at the September 19th, 2022 City Council meeting. This is, the cliff notes on this, this would be if you were waiting to speak on the Audit Committee, the Building Commission, the Planning and Development Council, and the Pierce Island Committee. This is the chance to speak to that. So anybody that would like to speak, here is your chance. Yep, so all of them will be changed in this, this draft as listed in the packet.
Liza Hewitt, 726 Middle Road. The Governance Committee appears to be on a witch hunt, desiring to change the Audit Committee ordinance to reduce the committee to 3 City Council members, thus removing the 3 residents who currently make up half of the committee and all of the financial knowledge and experience. This is absolutely ridiculous. I find it a little strange that the two city councilors, Ms. Cook and Mr. Tabor, who currently sit on the Audit Committee, are the same city councilors who make up 2 of the 3 members of the Governance Committee, who are attempting to remove all of the residents from the Audit Committee. Something's not right here. I have attended several months of Governance Committee meetings where the changes to the ordinance regarding resident membership have been discussed. I have yet to hear the Governance Committee give a legitimate reason why they would want to remove the residents from the Audit Committee and have an Audit Committee represented only by 3 city councilors instead. Mr. Tabor has selectively quoted the GFOA, leaving out the pieces that support resident membership. Mr. Lombardi has suggested that the residents cannot be trusted to see the books. That's about it for the justification given by Governance Committee members. I don't think you are thinking this through. It seems to me that the Governance Committee's only purpose in changing this ordinance and the committee membership is to kick off the 3 residents whose only crime has been to give their time and expertise to help ensure a proper audit and auditor. It sounds to me like the Governance Committee, aka the Audit Committee, just doesn't like the 3 resident committee members who have been appointed to the Audit Committee. These 3 current residents have more than 100 years combined experience in finance. They are giving their time and expertise to the city for free. The Governance Committee and Deputy City Manager Woodland have suggested that financial expertise can be provided to the Audit Committee by yet another city consultant, financed with our tax dollars. If this ordinance is changed, it is changed not only for the length of your terms, but also going forth into the future. What happens if you're not happy with the outcome of the next election and the council is made up of people you do not like? Then what will you do? Wipe out the entire committee? You are not thinking past the tip of your noses. Not thinking about the ramifications of a committee comprised totally of 3 councilors. This is not good for the city. It may be good for City Hall and the Finance Department, who would like to continue to keep the same auditor for what, the 28th year? Or are they trying to hide something regarding the city's finances from the residents whose tax dollars are entrusted to them? This ordinance change is not good for the residents, and it is not good for the city. Focus instead on a committee of both city councilors and competent, experienced residents who together can choose a competent auditor. Thank you.
Thank you, Liza. Anyone else to speak to, for, or against the Part B?
Good evening, Duncan McCallum, 536 State Street. I'm here to speak concerning the Audit Committee, and I'm speaking against the proposed amendments. I think they are a very bad idea, and I think that the City Council should reject them. Now, in considering the changes that are being proposed for the Audit Committee, I think it might be useful to remind ourselves of the reasons why the Audit Committee came into existence in the first place. Last year and the year before, a number of questions had arisen as to whether the city's finances were being properly administered and whether the city was being run efficiently from a financial standpoint. Some of us had questions, for example, as to why approximately $125 million in funds that had come from bonds were sitting idle in a number of money market accounts doing nothing while waiting to be spent on the projects for which the bonds were obtained. The money market accounts were paying interest on that money, but the problem was that the city was paying interest at a greater rate to the issuers of the bonds than the money market accounts were paying. And so there was a net loss to the taxpayers. By our reckoning, it was costing the city, that is, we taxpayers, a couple of $1 million a year in interest to have that $125 million sitting in those money market accounts doing nothing. In very round figures, the money market accounts were paying 1%, whereas 1% a year in interest, but the city was paying 3% a year in interest on the average to the issuers of the bonds. And so the city was taking a bath on the deal to the tune of about 2% a year. Well, now, of course, 2% on $125 million is more than $2 million a year. And so by our reckoning, it was costing the taxpayers more than $2 million a year in interest to have that money sitting there in those accounts doing nothing. A parallel concern, in addition to the fact that we're paying interest on this bond money to have it sit there doing nothing, was that the public projects for which that money had been earmarked were not going forward. And so it drew into question whether the Public Works Department was being run efficiently. We're paying on that we're paying the interest on that money, whether the projects go forward or whether they don't. Why is the money just sitting there? Why aren't these projects going forward? We've planned these projects, we've approved them, we've bonded them, we've got the money to pay for them from the bonds. The money is sitting there in the money market accounts waiting for the projects to start. So why aren't they starting? Why are we paying more than $2 million a year in interest to have the money sitting there waiting for their projects to start while they're idle, while they're doing nothing? Well, now to some of us, it seemed to us that there was a lack of good management on either one end of the transaction or the other, or maybe a combination of both. Either the city was borrowing money too far in advance, so long before the projects were scheduled to start, so that we're paying interest on the money for doing nothing, or the Public Works Department was not getting these projects going soon enough. Either way, we were taking a hit in terms of interest. To cite another example, a couple of years ago, the question arose as to whether the CARES Act funds, which had been obtained for from the federal government, were being properly handled. Now, as the CARES Act, you will recall, was the federal program where money was to be spent on these cities and towns and communities to help ameliorate the effects of the pandemic. Some of us were concerned that those CARES Act funds were not being properly handled or accounted for, and that the funds were being spent for purposes other than those for which they were intended.
Duncan, sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure this is all germane to the Audit Committee.
This
because
is going directly to the Audit Committee.
And just so I'm following along, because of the perception of financial impropriety. Is this the?
It is going directly to my opening statement. My opening remark was, I think it would be useful for us to consider the reasons why the Audit Committee was created in the first place.
Okay.
And I'm going to get
I would
into
love to get to the actual issue with the proposed change in the ordinance.
All right. I'll tighten it up by saying we were concerned that the CARES Act funds were not being properly spent and that the city might have some legal exposure on account of that. And as a final example, there's the ongoing problem of the fact that the city budget has been increasing at an average of double the rate of inflation every year for the past 25 years, despite the fact that the population of Portsmouth has not increased to any significant extent. It's been hovering around 22,000, 23,000 residents over the course of the last two censuses. So despite that, despite the fact that the population has not increased significantly, the budget has been increased at a rate of double, with the exception of 1 year. In the last 25 years, we've only had one flat budget, and that was during one of the years that Rick Beckstead was the mayor of the city. All of the other years, the city budget has been increasing at the rate of double the rate of inflation. And I'll skip the arithmetic in light of, Mr. Mayor, your desire that I speed things up. But to summarize things, taking a long view of things, only 7 years ago in 2015, the city budget was only $97 million. And in 2016, it was $101 million. So in this last spring, the City Council passed a budget of $131.8 million, which is the largest increase, certainly in raw numbers and I think in percentages, in the 30 years that I've lived in Portsmouth. But in a mere 8 years, the city budget had increased by more than a third. In 2015, it was $97 million. The budget for 2023 is $131.8 million, an increase of more than a third in 8 years. To some of us, this was unsustainable. So it was the confluence of circumstances, possible misuse of CARES funds, the $125 million sitting in money market accounts unused, an out of control budget, and other things that led some of us to question whether the city's finances were being managed properly. And while we were ruminating about all of these projects, somebody noticed that the city had been using the same auditor to conduct the city's annual audit for the past 25 years, which was the Melanson firm. Now, to anyone schooled in finance, accounting, and auditing, this fact immediately set off alarm bells. If you ask anybody with experience and expertise in those subjects, he will tell you that it is bad accounting practice to have the same auditor auditing an organization's finances year after year for an extended period of time, as indeed by this time, several certified public accountants and others schooled in finance and accounting have told you that it's bad practice. In addition to the three current citizen members of the Audit Committee, Mr. White, Mr. Furman, and Mr. Lynch, one local resident, Robin Rousseau, is a certified public accountant herself, and she is also formerly the vice president of the Institute of Internal Auditors for the state of New Hampshire, a position which she held for 10 years. And she was also the the director of internal audits for 2 public companies, and she has an extensive background in auditing. She spoke in meetings both before the governance committee and before the city council at its last meeting, and she told you point blank that using the same auditor for an extended period of time is an absolute no-no. And you've been told by the same thing by other professionals as well. And the reason is that when you use the auditor to audit your business or organization year after year for an extended period of years, what happens is that the relationship between the auditor and the people that are being audited becomes too cozy, and the auditor becomes too complacent. The recommendation of people in the know is that you shouldn't use the same auditing firm for maybe for more than about 5 or 6 years. What happens is when the audit team and the people that are being audited get too cozy, they start to develop interpersonal relationships, however informal, and when that happens, nobody wants to step on anybody's toes, and consequently, the auditor's independence and his objectivity are compromised. You are likely to get a less candid audit. The auditor is more likely to downplay problems if you think it's going to embarrass the people that he's working with. And as a result, you're not always going to get straight answers. And so when it came to light, and when word got around that the city had been using the same auditor for the last 25 years, it became a matter of concern to a lot of people. And thus the movement to switch to a new auditor was born, and the Audit Committee was formed to search for an appropriate auditor to replace Melanson. Now, for the same reason you don't hire the fox to guard the hen house, you don't want the people who are being audited to become too cozy. The relationship between the auditor and the city staff should be an arm's length relationship. There should be a distance between the auditor and the people who are being audited. The relationship that you should have, it sort of reminds me of a famous quote by one of the bachelorettes on the TV show The Bachelor: "I didn't come here to make friends." And that's the same principle that should apply to the auditor. Now, for those of you, for the benefit of those of you who, unlike my wife, are not glued to the television set whenever The Bachelor comes on, every season in The Bachelor, the show's producers always make sure to include 1 or 2 troublemakers or 1 or 2 villains on the show, just to spice things up and make it more lively. create some drama and make it more interesting, and hopefully, among the female contestants especially, stimulate a few catfights. And there was this one particular bachelorette who was widely disliked by everybody. Partly it was jealousy that she was too successful in wooing the bachelor, and also she tended to lord it over other people. And when she was asked about it, she said, without apologies, hey, I didn't come here to make friends.
Duncan,
You know,
I appreciate the segue to The Bachelor. And I appreciate the history up until this point. It's useful. We're not here to discuss abolishing the Audit Committee, nor our need to independently select an auditing firm, of which we have and will do. I would love if you could keep the comments as they pertain to the proposed changes of the ordinance.
All right, then let's talk about the composition of the committee. Now, as originally envisioned a year ago, this is a relatively new committee, as you know. A year ago, the committee was to consist of 5 members, 2 city councilors, the city manager, and 3 citizens who, if I can find the quote,
Dickie, come on.
well, I just have to extemporize, but it was people with financial expertise in accounting, financial management, auditing. Now, that sounded pretty good to me. That sounded pretty good to me because it meant we were going to have people who have expertise who are going to select the auditor and make a recommendation to the city council as to whom should be hired. And we came up with 3 people who were appointed who had absolutely stellar resumes. There is the chairman, Chris White, has both an undergraduate degree and an MBA from Columbia University, where he double majored in financial management accounting. After graduating from Columbia, he worked for 3 years to earn his CFA designation, Chartered Financial Analyst, which is considered the gold standard for equity and bond analysis for investment purposes. And he has spent more than 30 years in the finance industry, first as a equity analyst and then as a portfolio manager. He knows a thing or two about audits, for in that line of business, you rely heavily on them when analyzing the financial strength of companies and making recommendations to your clients as to whether or not to invest in them. Hawk Furman, another member of the Audit Committee, is presently constituted, is a graduate of Cornell University, and after completing Cornell, he entered and completed the advanced management program at Harvard. He has formed several companies and sold them at handsome profits, and he is familiar with audits all the time. And he currently sits on several nonprofit organizations in Boston and is engaged in extensive fundraising, and those nonprofits also get it audited. The 3rd member of the Audit Committee, Jesse Lynch, has a background similar to Mr. White's. He too holds the prestigious CFA designation, Chartered Financial Analyst, and he has more than 20 years experience in the finance industry. He is a principal of the firm of Prime Buchholz, an 80-person investment firm which was formed right here in Portsmouth, but it now has 80 people here and now has satellite offices in Boston and Atlanta. In addition to being one of the principals, he works as a manager for the commercial and real estate. In past experience, he worked as a portfolio manager for the commercial real estate division of TD Bank. As in the case of Mr. White, audits are the coin of his realm. He relies heavily on them in assessing the value of assets and making investment decisions. Now, given the background of these people, every single one of these three gentlemen has more financial expertise in his little finger than the entire city finance department combined. And I am mystified that you were trying.
Listen, we can make the point without denigrating public servants here. I'm happy to listen, and we're listening going on 20 minutes of this case. If we could keep it, instead of personal attacks, focusing on the need of civilians on the audit committee versus counselors.
It's not a personal attack, and the question you've answered is you've asked is an easy one. These people have stellar resumes, they have stellar credentials, and it doesn't make any sense to remove them and replace them with a committee that consists solely of city councilors and the city manager or her designee. What you are proposing to do, just so that everybody will know it, is you are proposing, in effect, to remove the three people with the most knowledge, experience, and expertise in financial matters and in particular in auditing, and leave the committee in the hands of the people who have the least knowledge, the least expertise, and the least experience in those subject matters. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, the suggestion has been made, well, the governance committee says that it's going to cure that problem, because what it's going to do is it's going to authorize or empower the audit committee to hire experts when it thinks it needs them. But the problem is, when you have people on there, when the remaining members of the committee are people who know nothing, they don't even know what to ask for. Mr. Tabor, in one of the recent meetings, admitted candidly he has a liberal arts degree and he doesn't know anything about financing and accounting. Now, in fairness to him, I'm in the same boat. I had a liberal arts degree and I don't know anything about financing and accounting to speak of. My friend Petra Huda is always throwing around these terms like COFA and non-attested services. I have no idea what she's even talking about. But I do know my own limitations, and I do know enough that when I don't know anything about it, to ask somebody who does. And I would, if I wanted to ask who to hire as an auditor, as in this case, the people I would ask were people like Mr. White, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Furman. So to me, it just, the course that the governance committee for sure, and apparently the rest of the city council is on, is just doesn't make any sense. You're taking away the people with the most knowledge and expertise and replacing with the people with the least knowledge and expertise. And a problem is with the people who are going to be left who lack that expertise, I fear that what they are going to do is they're going to rely on the city staff. But that creates a conflict of interest, because the city staff should have no role and no input in selecting the auditor, and they should be isolated from the process. And they should have no input as to, they should have no input in guiding the selection process. So I've spoken long enough, but I strongly recommend that you reject all of the amendments that are being proposed tonight, and you keep the audit committee just the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan. Anybody else to speak on the audit committee and the changes within the document?
Petra Huda, 280 South Street. I want to be clear, the reason I am here to speak about the audit committee, so there's no question. So, the governance committee is attempting to eliminate the 3 citizen volunteers with financial experience, then spend additional taxpayer dollars to hire a consultant to assist. This was my statement last time. I'm asking the same question. Why? So, after being involved with the audit committee for the past 2-3 years, I believe the residents and taxpayers should be made aware of the constant struggle to bring the city back into compliance with the city charter, number 7.4, independent audit, which is also required in the state of New Hampshire RSAs. So the biggest question here, this redo of the Independent Audit Committee ordinance is taking off the financial expertise that was put on here to assist you, the council. We, as councilors, speaking from past experience, do not have all-knowing, all-experience here. That was unknown when we were going in. So the reason that the citizens with extensive experience were put on here was to assist you. Now, the city requires an independent audit, and an independent audit means that the auditors who are auditing the books of the city do not report to the city management. So I'd like to make some clarifications in the statements that were made at the last meeting when this came forward the first time. First, I will address the misleading statements by Councilors Tabor and Cook, who are on the Audit Committee. Number one, quote, all the experts and best practices say that the Audit Committee should be composed of members of the governing body. False. In quoting the New Hampshire Municipal Association, public sector audit committees, of which both city councilors have a copy, in the public sector, audit committees take two forms. A, part of the governing body through a committee as a whole. B, or they might exist in an advisory capacity to the governing body, with city council members and non-members serving as audit committee advisors. Then, since Councilor Tabor went on to state that the audit committee is now made up of mayoral appointees. Councilor Tabor, all of the members of the boards and committees are mayoral appointees that are voted on by the city council. So, in sitting and listening to a governance committee meeting, I thought our former city attorney was making light of a tense situation when he said, this is a political move. This is a political committee to change this. So I guess my question is, why are you singling out the audit committee by making this a political statement, Councilor Tabor? This committee is like every other committee. This is an advisory committee. And we were lucky enough to get some financial expertise out of the citizenry who happily volunteered their time and their extensive experience to put forward and work on this. So the biggest annoyance, I guess you would say, Councilor Tabor and Councilor Cook said this, and you said it, Mayor, that the statement that keeps being repeated here is that the audit committee selects the auditor. The audit committee does not select the auditor. The audit committee evaluates the proposers and brings forward a recommendation to you to do your job as a city council and vote to select the auditor. In the real world, there would be 4 or 5 good proposers, and the evaluation of the audit committee by the audit committee of these would give you, the city council, the opportunity to select out of 5 good proposers. The audit committee's job and financial experts in this case would be to select the first choice, the second choice, and the third choice based on their qualifications, technical ability, and lastly, cost. So, as I heard throughout all of this, with the confusion between select and recommend, I would like to call your attention to the other committees who do the same job. All of the committees that recommend candidates for police chief, fire chief, rec board, they all do the same thing. They evaluate the candidates based on their skills and knowledge in that field. This is exactly the same thing. And they make a recommendation to the governing body, whichever it is, the city council, the police commission, or the fire commission. So my question would be, why would you be singling out the audit committee here as doing something different? The last point I guess I'd like to make here is I don't think, as another speaker said tonight, that you are taking into consideration the long term. You want to remove over 100 years of experience on this committee, and as we've seen and as we've heard from the city manager and the head of all the departments here, they are involved in something called succession planning. Succession planning means thinking about who will be the next to step up and do this job. The future councils will probably not have any financial people on them, just as last 20 years of city councils didn't have any financial people on them. So this committee was brought forward by volunteers to help the city council, assist the city council with the financial experience that they had, and make a recommendation that you pick one of the selected proposers. So I'm not going to go through what I went through and what Chair White went through in the last 2 years trying to move this forward. I'm not going to go through how we were thwarted at every corner, at every end by city management, how the responsibilities were taken away from the audit committee and brought back into the city management. The fact is, and I'm talking to the people of Portsmouth here, so you understand exactly what we're talking about here. The task of the audit committee is to evaluate and recommend an audit firm based on the financial knowledge of its independent volunteer experts. That's why they're there. The city has had the same auditor for 27 years. Best practice is 3 to 5. So I would urge you to leave in place the current committee to help you and future councils to make the correct decision here and not put counselors on there with no financial experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Page Trace, 27 Hancock Street. I promise you all I will be a lot quicker. You all need to get home at some point. Taking away 3 citizen members from an audit committee and replacing them with 3 city councilors says to me, other than the fact that I do not understand how anything Councilor Lombardi is top secret. There again, I was not a member of the audit committee. I thank you now. As a city councilor, as a member of an audit committee, Councilor Tabor, you know this. It's public information. So what it tells me is that somehow, some way, the 9 of you are afraid of people advising you on finally choosing perhaps a new auditor. Finally, after 27 years, you all might step out and say, hey, we have nothing to hide. The city's records are clean, the books are clean, the finance department does a great job, we have nothing to hide. The problem is here that that's not the way you're acting. You're not acting as if, okay, we get another firm, we bring Mendelsohn back in 2 years, 3 years, whatever. You're all digging your heels in a very odd, strange manner and saying, no, we are going to turn down taking free advice, free, from 3 citizen volunteers, at least one with a CFA. And I'm sure I know all of you well enough in your background that none of you have a CFA. I'm just guessing that, Attorney or Councilor Denton, judging by your smile, you probably don't have one. You're highly qualified, but not a CFA. So I need to know, as a resident, what I now fear is your fear. Your fear of using free, qualified advice. 27 years, same accounting firm, and you all are sitting there going, no, not so much. We're going to get rid of these 3 guys, however qualified, and we're going to take it on ourselves. That doesn't make me feel so warm and comfortable. You're handling my money, my tax dollars, my budget, and you're going to hand it over to yourselves and take it away from someone like Mr. White. Perhaps you don't like his ideas. Maybe you just don't like the fact that he's perhaps going to advise you to get rid of Mendelsohn. He's not telling you to do it, and you're not even willing to use the free advice that's going to advise you. What do you think the rest of the citizens of Portsmouth right now are thinking about this? You've got a year, and then you're back in it again looking for the approval of the citizens of Portsmouth. And what you're also doing right now is probably not something that's going to make them very happy by giving up free advice. You know, and obviously there's more to this. I'm sitting here looking, we have 4 city attorneys tonight here, 4. Attorney Sullivan, Attorney Morrill, Attorney Woodland, Attorney Farini. Gee, where is Attorney Bartlett? Trevor, where are you? Home, hopefully. But 4 attorneys for 1 city council meeting. And you're going to give up something free. Well, that doesn't make me too happy. It's probably not the best of a transparent situation. And I wish you all the best of luck, because God forbid, if there does come up some abnormality, something that's not quite right, I can only assume that we are good and squeaky clean. Something bad comes up, you know, what is it? The perception is everything. And you have an option to do the right thing. You have the option, though, even though you don't necessarily agree with them or you don't like them, that's not your job. Your job is to do what is best for the citizens of Portsmouth. And I know each and every one of you can do that. But your job is not necessarily to have 5 of you sitting on an audit committee. Thank you. Sorry I took so long.
Thank you, Paige.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. All of the speakers had assumed that you've already made your decision. And I'm going to come forward, because you haven't voted, to assume that you haven't made your decision. I think we know Mr. Lombardi and Councilor Tabor and Councilor Cook, because they have made a decision to move it forward, but that necessarily might not be the decision of for this committee. Now, I am concerned about Pierce Island, but I've already talked to you about it, so just move my talk to this point. So let's go to the audit committee. When I sat in your spot. I became very concerned about funding in our city. And part of it came down when we looked at the finances for the CARES Act. And I realized there were some things that I was not in agreement with as someone who has spent 24 years working in federal funds. Then I started looking more with Councilor Huda and started really looking into some of the things, what was happening to our bonds. Why were we purchasing bonds so early? Where was the money? And then I started looking at our awards we were getting and the fact that when I went online to review the awards, it was things that we were members of. So these awards that we celebrate, we're members of those organizations. And we're paying a hefty bill to be members of them. So then I met with some of our city people, and I realized that sometimes the budget was kind of questionable in my mind, and their understanding of the budget. And so I guess what I'm asking you to do is what I learned from my experience sitting there these last 2 years, realizing that we have to really think about our budget as a city because of some of the hardships that might come after a pandemic. And I like doing my research. In 1918, there were some major hardships after the pandemic. And I was worried about that financially, even as a counselor. So when Councilor Huda came forward and said, hey, it's in our charter that we should be looking at this. We should be looking at having a committee. We should be looking at having other people make recommendations so we as city officials are really not as heavily involved, because they should, we should really be kind of estranged from this process so it doesn't look like we're covering things up and we're being in control of those things. And I said, you're probably right. So I got on with her and other counselors, and even Councilor Tabor and the mayor at the time, Councilor McEachran, voted to have a committee, a group of individuals who had expertise, not even something I had. Now, I do multi-million-dollar budgets. I work in federal funds as a public school administrator, but I still think this was bigger than me. And we asked to really put this forward and have these, I didn't know these experts at all. I just looked at their resumes and brought them forward and asked them as citizens to be on a committee and really give us our expertise and look at what is the best auditing firm and bring a recommendation. We heard loud and clear, it's only a recommendation. You folks, as I said earlier, are still in control of everything. And bring forward that recommendation so that we could do what was right. That's all we were doing. So I guess I have to ask you, why are we here? What is wrong with citizens who have these major expertise, who might have been appointed by the mayor and voted on by the council, coming forward with ideas and thoughts and giving you advice? I guess I'm really missing that point, folks. What is so wrong with that? You don't have to take their advice. And from the time I spent on the committee, it was very analytical. The advice was just giving us information, giving information to Attorney Woodland at the time. She was representing the city on the committee, and giving advice to her about the RFP and suggestions. These are people that had all this experience, our citizens of Portsmouth, giving it free. Harvard, people from all over who have been in this world of finance that none of you up there, unless I'm wrong, or myself, even though I run a multi-million-dollar budget, have the expertise in. And that's all we're looking at here. And yet you want to take them out and question them. So as a citizen, knowing what I know about the budget of Portsmouth and some of the inconsistencies that I've seen as a counselor, I have to ask, what are we covering up? What is wrong with this? And I know you haven't made your vote yet, and I'm hoping you're thinking these through. But I'm thinking that you're probably asking the same questions, and I hope you would. If you don't like the citizens that are on there, then as past Mayor Beckstead said, get rid of them when they come up. They're coming up. But at least you're now going to have an opportunity of having people with expertise that we don't have to pay for. So I really don't understand why we're even standing here tonight. I really don't see it, folks. You have the right to vote any way you want. Nothing that they're doing forward is impeding your vote. And I just ask you to really think about having this much information, knowing that you haven't voted yet, so your decision has not been made yet, and saying what is right for Portsmouth. 27 years is not right for Portsmouth. And I take full blame for some of that. We kept trying to push things, but past city manager Blanco had a very keen reputation for being part of understanding the budget and the moves. Now it's time to change, and I tried to change it the last 2 years, and I would ask you to think about it. 27 years is too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Anyone else to speak?
Dick Bagley, 213 Pleasant Street. I'm reminded of the book that always starts out, it's a dark and stormy night, and it feels like that's the way it is tonight in Portsmouth. I have spoken about the Audit Committee in the past, and one thing I've learned is that there really isn't an authoritarian advice. Yes, you can quote the state statutes, but it is really a decision that resides with you. And to your point, Mr. Mayor, speaking too far against, I would be against replacing the Audit Committee members, but for none of the reasons that I think have been articulated tonight. If you read the Municipality Association, what they really say is there's 13 cities and there are 217 towns in New Hampshire. Most towns don't have anything other than a budget committee, and they go through a very different process than cities do. Very few cities in New Hampshire actually have audit committees. Some have finance committees, and there is just no norm. And if you read the Municipality Association, essentially they say the norm takes two avenues. One avenue is the City Council serves as the audit committee if you're going to have an audit committee, or conversely you use outside members. And they tend to go one way or the other, and I think there are only 2 or 3 cities in New Hampshire that have audit committees. So everybody is citing, what the rules are and everything else. Sarbanes-Oxley, as you know, are the rules. And it came with the financial crisis in 2008, and it applies by and large only to for-profit companies. So I've served as a CFO. I'm not in a public company. I'm not a CPA. And I've also served as a head of the audit committee for One Sky, which is a nonprofit that gets all its money from Medicaid and the state, and very sensitive, therefore, to financial reporting, which is included. It's the one condition in Sarbanes-Oxley that's relevant for nonprofits. So, as Petra pointed out tonight, really what you want to do with an audit committee is have an arm's length from management who works with the audit committee, and what you really want to come out of that is a clean audit. And I've worked with Melanson at One Sky, and we happen to have board members, in that sense, a little different than what you're addressing. And Melanson always came back with not always a clean audit, but never with a major discrepancy. So the real fallacy that I've learned, and this is what the Municipality Association reports, is that people think you have an audit committee to catch fraud. Audit committees rarely catch fraud, and that's not the purpose of an audit committee. An audit committee is really there to make sure your financial reporting is consistent with your internal controls and whether in fact you have adequate internal controls. And I never found Mellison inadequate in that regard. What you don't do is have the same auditor for 27 years. The Municipality Association and those in the field suggest that every 5 years you change an audit, because not a lot of people do this. That is nonprofit audits, because there's not a lot of money in it. It's not because they do them poorly or they don't know how to do them or they don't do them legitimately. They can't hire the staff because they don't make enough money. Just a practical reality of nonprofits. So, Mr. Mayor, you pointed out something when Duncan was speaking that I think is part of what's happened here. Somehow, somewhere along the way, there's an issue of financial impropriety. I doubt that's the case. And I think we're doing a disservice to the Audit Committee by suggesting that there's some kind of financial impropriety that's occurring in Portsmouth. And it seems to me that, therefore, if you replace the outside members who are well-versed and their only job is to recommend to you which auditor to use, and you can reject it, I don't understand why, at this stage, you would want to create the impression that there could be a cover-up going on. There's no cover-up going on. There's no financial impropriety. It's just a matter of deciding what this City Council feels is the best way of assuring that its financial reporting has been done appropriately. And that's what an auditor is there for, to make sure that what you're reporting, they're signing off on it. They don't sign off on it, you can't report it. So I suppose in the real world, you know, there are auditors that are, you know, influenced by others. But I don't really think that's what you're dealing with here. And I don't really understand why you would want to change an outside audit committee. And worse yet, why you would want the city manager, who's supposed to be apart from all of this, although she certainly can be a non-voting member, why you would want to have her hire somebody to advise city councilors who may not be most apt. So I would strongly recommend that you stay, not because there's a financial impropriety or that you guys are going in the wrong direction or that somehow there's this contest going on between the will of two sides. I think you ought to leave the citizenry on the audit committee and see if it works. And if you don't feel it's working in your regard, the city council has the right to change it. And that's why I would recommend voting against your replacing the current team, if you will, on your audit committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dick. Anyone else?
Peter Whalen, 100 Gate Street. I'll be real brief, Mr. Mayor. The city of Portsmouth is a $130 million, if you want to call it, corporation. And, with 900 employees, this is a big deal. Hiring an auditor and auditing the books and going through it is a big deal. And, you have a fiduciary responsibility, and I get that. And you have the final say on it. But these three citizen representatives represent us, the residents of Portsmouth. They're going to be a sounding board. You can reject their proposal for a new auditor. You have that right to do it. But by getting rid of them tonight, just kind of leaves a black cloud over this whole process. And I don't understand why we're going there. This is about good governance. This governance committee, Councilor Cook, is about, this is good governance. And having these three representatives recommend an auditor is the right thing to do. And they certainly have the financial expertise to do that. So this decision tonight is about good governance and transparency. Each of you should be voting for that. We're not changing anything here. The other thing you want to think about is, having worked for some major corporations, the auditors or the auditor really reports to the board of directors, which is the city council. And there should be an arm's length, away from city manager, the city manager and city staff. And I don't see that happening in this process the way this is taking part here tonight. By passing this ordinance and changing it, that arm's length is not there. It's not there. So I'd urge you to reject it tonight. Keep the audit committee the way it is. Let's keep the good governance. Let's represent properly the residents of Portsmouth. This is a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Anyone else in the auditorium?
Sue Polidora, Middle Street. And after listening to all of the remarks, I remember one of the meetings of the Governors Committee, which I attended, and the impression that I got was the prevailing thought was they couldn't understand why the Audit Committee was even put together. You know, why do we need one? And this is just the first step in eliminating that committee. Getting all of the people that are volunteers that had the bulk of the knowledge out, replace them with city councilors that are already attending way too many meetings. How long do you think that audit committee is going to last? Not very long. This is just one step. It just came to me not long ago. This is what the ultimate goal is to get rid of this audit committee, to just get rid of this ordinance that put together the committee. I remember all of the debates that went on, and they make sense to me why this committee came to be. So I would say again, please vote against changing this. They don't make a decision. They come to the board. They come to you, or the board, with their recommendations. They're the ones that you should ask questions regarding their expertise and finances if you don't have them. But the ultimate goal is to get rid of this, and it creates issues on my mind as to why. So we're all tired. I'm very tired. Please send this back to committee, to the Governors Committee. Do not pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Seeing no other speakers rise, we'll go to the Zoom. First up, I believe, is Chairman White of the Audit Committee. Can you hear us?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor McEachern and the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you tonight. My name is Chris White. I live at 28 Porter Street. The City Council wants to revise the Audit Committee Ordinance 1.414. I would agree there's always room for improvement, but I don't agree with the proposed amendment. The new Governance Committee, with shining lights, Councilors John Tabor and Kate Cook, both of whom also serve on the current Audit Committee, want to fire the private citizens. Councilor Tabor's motivation to make sure the City Council doesn't delegate core responsibilities to anyone who's not elected. You know, core responsibilities like overseeing city management's financial records. By not delegating these core responsibilities to, say, private citizens, Councilor Tabor believes the audit can then be independent as required by the city charter. If only it were that simple. It's not clear why they want to get rid of these private citizens. We took the same oath of office to our municipal government, so our behavior is held to the same high standards as our councilors Tabor and Cook. We private citizens have complied with the restrictions on releasing non-public information. We have been discreet and rule-abiding. Keep in mind that the city financial accounts are a matter of public record. The public has every right to know what transactions take place. To have the audit of the city records be kept secret runs absolutely counter to every sense of sound governance. It is ironic that this new ordinance emanates from the so-called Governance Committee. Councilors Tabor and Cook are apparently concerned the City Council is delegating away its core responsibilities to non-elected people. I agree. This is a key issue, but they are worried about private citizens serving on the audit committee receiving these core responsibilities. To me, that's not the problem. The real problem is the core responsibilities Councilor Tabor is so concerned about have been delegated for decades to that other group of non-elected citizens, or non-elected individuals, namely city management. As this has happened, city management gets stronger. City council gets weaker and less relevant. In this case, it means that the city council and the audit committee are effectively unable to conduct an independent audit of the city because all the powers of the city management holds. It's as if the city council has unwittingly given the fox the duty of guarding the hen house. That Government Finance Officers Association, the GFOA, specifically lists 9 such responsibilities that should lie with an audit committee and the city council as governing board. They are listed on page 39, question 19 of that blue booklet that we're so familiar with. They cover defining the scope of the audit, all the way through the process of providing a forum apart from city management where the independent auditor might raise concerns to the audit committee and or city council. In other words, from soup to nuts. Few of these responsibilities lie with city council today. They have generally been handed over to city management, thus destroying the audit's independence. Let's consider 3 examples of delegation that the GFOA states are responsibilities or should be responsibilities of the audit committee and or city council. 1, conduct the audit procurement process. This includes the issuance of the RFP, the due diligence on each of the proposers, the recommendation, and the negotiation of the contract. 2, supervise and manage the audit process, including the review of the financial statements, review of the independent auditor's reports, review the framework of internal controls, and assessment of the performance of the independent auditor. 3, hold an independent and confidential non-public forum with no management present for the auditors to report any significant concerns that might have arisen from the audit, including but not limited to findings of management fraud, abuse, or control override. Because City Council has already delegated its responsibilities to city management, it has compromised the financial audit, making it impossible to truly conduct an independent audit. If Councilors Tabor and Cook and the entire City Council and Mayor are worried about delegating core responsibilities to the existing audit committee, they are focusing on a molehill when there is an entire mountain of problematic delegations staring them in the face. I'm going to mix metaphors. The issue of delegating audit powers to the audit committee is a red herring. At least with the current arrangement, where there are private citizens involved who are skilled in and knowledgeable about finance and who work for free, there is an awareness of just how compromised the annual financial audit is and just how far short it falls of being independent as our city charter requires. With the new ordinance, Councilors Tabor and Cook and the rest of the City Council will make certain these essential roles of an audit committee are delegated away from City Council, locked up and completely controlled by city management. The new audit committee will be run by city councilors with little financial knowledge or skill. They will lean on city management time and again for guidance. City management will be only too happy to provide this guidance or hire its own expensive consultant to advise them. In this dance, management holds sway, councilors are influenced, and the audit is further compromised. For members of the governing board who are so afraid of delegation, these city councilors are locking the door and throwing away the key so the taxpayer will never know what's going on, and neither will city council. Nice work. I submit there is another way. That same GFOA booklet highlights this option. You'd never know it listening to Councilors Tabor and Cook, but it's right at the beginning of the book. Footnote 1 on page 11 of the executive summary allows for and in fact embraces the appointment of audit committee members who are drawn from the citizenry because of their expertise and skill. So does the New Hampshire Municipal Association. All these attributes spring the ability to ask the difficult questions of management and auditors. These questions are born from training, expertise, and a professional skepticism that is specified as being important to have on the Audit Committee by both the GFOA and the New Hampshire Municipal Association. Appointment, I can't say this enough in this discussion, appointment does not equal delegation. Ambassadors are appointed. Their powers are not delegated. They're chosen for their specific skills and knowledge. The same analogy applies to the private citizens sought for the Audit Committee, and this is what the current city currently enjoys for free. Citizens who work tirelessly to bring the audit process more in line with what the GFOA stipulates. These citizens want the City Council and the Audit Committee to recover the responsibilities the city has assumed over time, reversing the delegation of core duties that has shifted from the City Council to city management. That might result in the city being in closer compliance with its charter. Here's your opportunity to reclaim what should be yours, those responsibilities you want to protect. Tonight, the City Council has a choice. Does it want to bring its rightful powers back to the Council and Audit Committee and remove them from city management? Or does it want to seal the deal and hand over any of its remaining responsibilities to city management, thus ensuring there will never be an independent audit for Portsmouth? 1, vote this proposed ordinance down if you want an independent audit conducted apart from city oversight and control, and with the involvement of private citizens who have the skills and expertise necessary to help you. Or 2, if you want obfuscation and absolute city management control over the city finances, and if you want the City Council to delegate away any of its remaining authority in this regard, resulting in watered down audits, vote to pass this monstrosity. If you choose the latter, voting for the monstrosity, you threaten all the taxpayers hold dear in trusting you to be their protector and watchdog. Please don't fail us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman White. Next up, we have Sheridan Lloyd. His name and city residence.
Good evening. This is Sheridan Lloyd from 45 Cliff Road in Portsmouth. I would like you to reject the change in this ordinance. Please leave in place the current audit committee process and let them do their independent job. Please let them go forward with their recommendations for an auditing company and save taxpayers money and move forward in this whole process. We need to have independence, and it sounds like we have a great independent resident and City Council committee for figuring out the audit process and for going forward with recommendations on potentially a new auditing company. 27 years with one auditing company is more than too long. I have also been involved in other processes in the quality direction on audits. And yes, you can end up having it, as other people have said, where you end up having auditors that get too comfortable. It's always good to end up having a different point of view, and we need to be able to keep the city going forward and financially extremely strong. So please reject this change in the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheridan. Next up, Zelita Morgan.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, councilors. Zelita Morgan, Richards Avenue. And I want to ask you to reject the current proposal to replace the expertise with the city councilors. I think the Mr. Bagley eloquently spoke. There were several speakers, but I think you've got to, I think you're creating a problem. The independence of this committee is important, as like any other committee. They are there to work for us and to support you and support city management. It's not a witch hunt. And I really have a hard time understanding why there is so much. I mean, what do you have against us? What do you have against an independent? I mean, city councils don't have to be in every committee. You know, how many city councilors are on a trustee of trust funds, as an example, right? How many city councilors are in the economic development committee? Just think about that, right? The balance or the purpose, right? So if I am understanding this, what is a rationale to put 3 councilors in this committee that requires financial expertise? And I mean, you all have expertise in many areas, thank goodness, but none of those are finance, okay? Neither Tabor or Lombardi or Cook. I mean, I'm sorry, you don't have that expertise. Now, we are blessed to have such expertise here, and it's being an issue, right? It is very simple. They are not auditing anything. They are sending to the council for you to review and decide. The decision rests in the council. And if we are to have really a transparent, it's a matter of checks and balances as well. This has nothing to do with a person currently in the city management. This is about, you know, the segregation, separation, and transparency of the duties. It doesn't matter who is in the city management. We have Conard today, we can have John Smith, you know, in a few years, I don't know. But you have to have in place something that withstand the challenges that is there for all of us. And really, it makes me not comfortable knowing that at this date and age, you are putting absolutely no expertise. And by the way, giving, you know, authority to hire a consultant because you know offhand you don't have the expertise. Now, it doesn't mean that the counselors are not smart. It's about the expertise, and I'm going to emphasize this. So can we stop being so, I don't know what it is. It's very, very simple. It's a committee to review proposals and send to you recommendations for you to approve. The city management has a representation as just, you know, a voice, not a vote, which makes sense, right? But I mean, it's like any other government. It's like a checks and balances. So can you tell me what checks and balances you have here? There is none. So I really would like you to, if possible, and I don't know, maybe you're just going to stick to whatever you are because you got this far and just go down the rabbit hole. But I ask you not to do it. Be wise and just take a step back. As a taxpayer, you're potentially saying that we are going to be paying another consultant when we don't need to. So I appreciate your time. I think I appreciate the effort, but I think you are creating a problem where none exists. So please, let's have some common sense. Let's really do the right thing and really scratch this and just keep the expertise we have in our committee. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening to all the voices here. And I really appreciate you giving serious consideration about what exactly, and make it clear to us, because it's not clear to me, What problem are you trying to solve? It's not clear, because right now you are making a problem. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Zelita. Seeing no other hands. Yep, seeing no other hands, we will end the public hearing. Any discussion amongst the council? Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've put a lot of thought into this, and I have a comment and then probably a question for the city attorney. The GFOA Blue Book, which has been discussed at length in the Audit Committee meetings, specifies that all members of the Audit Committee should be members of the governing body. To ensure the committee's independence and effectiveness, no governing body member who exercises managerial responsibilities that fall within the scope of the audit should be served as a member of the Audit Committee. So it sounds to me, and I know it took 4 or 5 meetings to set up the Audit Committee a year or so ago, that maybe we didn't set it up perfectly, because the Blue Book says it should be, elected officials who are on the Audit Committee. That being said, I don't know Mr. Christopher White and I don't know Mr. Jesse Lynch, but I know Mr. Hawk Furman very well, and I think very highly of him, and I think the city is lucky to have his expertise. And I wouldn't want to set the precedent to discourage people from volunteering with city work. So what I'd like to propose, and this is the question for the city attorney, is an amendment if possible. And that amendment would be that the Audit Committee be made up of 3 city council members, one of which would be appointed chair by the mayor, and the 3 existing Audit Committee members.
I guess the answer to whether it's possible or not, it is certainly possible, but it requires precise language that isn't written at the moment.
Okay. Would you want to help me with that precise language?
Of course, yes.
So is it, I guess, a procedural question, would that amendment, would we notice that amendment, or could we change it to be, I guess, like procedurally, could we do it without is it a big enough change to be done at second reading?
The test for whether it's a big enough change that it would call for postponement and second reading and another hearing is whether it is so different from what is in front of the council now that it will be considered a different ordinance. In my opinion, Your Honor, this does not pass that line, and it could be done at second reading.
Councilor Lombardi, is that I guess, is that a motion?
I guess that is a motion.
Again, in order to have the motion, we need the language that will be changed in the ordinance, Your Honor.
Okay, and it was 3?
Three city councilors, 1 as chair, and 3 existing residents.
So you would be moving.
Your Honor.
Audit Committee shall have 5, it's tough to read with the red lines, shall have 6 voting members shall be appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the city council. 3 members shall be city councilors, of which the mayor would select the chair, or of which the chair would be selected. All right.
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion? Does it have a second?
Anybody want to second that?
Yeah, I will second.
Councilor Lombardi.
Yeah, I had actually very similar thoughts to this. So then I also wondered about the terms of the appointments, and that the city councilors' appointments should be concurrent, or what do you say, coterminous with their appointments as a city councilor or as a city councilor. My thought would be that the private citizens members would continue to have 3-year terms, so that there's a continuity across city councils.
Okay. So is that a further amendment? Is that a further amendment or for
Please,
discussion? Okay, so that since it has to be precise, and I should not be the one doing this, but let's see, the terms of the members of the committee shall be for 3-year terms. I think we have them as 3-year terms as originally stated.
Right.
The
But
terms of the members, the initial terms. Okay, so it would be, the terms of the members of the committee shall be on 3-year terms, coterminous, changing, I guess, the red line language from 2 to 3. So all would have a 3-year term.
Well, no, because the city council shouldn't have 3-year terms.
Sorry.
They should be coterminous with their city council appointment.
Okay, so you're saying a 2-year term, then, coterminous.
Yes.
Okay. So, and is that a motion on the floor? I guess, why don't we take the first motion, which is a pretty large motion, we'll discuss that, and then we'll come back to other motions. Councilor Denton, and then.
A recommendation would be, I were to make a motion to adopt all the changes, and then Councilor Bagley's motion could be amendment to those changes. That way we're not constant, because there's no underlying motion yet that's been made.
Okay, that's a fair point.
About the entire.
For the entire ordinance.
Okay.
So I guess the question would be, if you, Councilor Bagley, if you withdrew your motion, I could then make that motion, and then you can make your amendment.
If the second agrees, I'll rescind my motion.
Okay.
So I'm going to motion to adopt the changes as presented.
Second.
Second.
All right, this is where I make the amendment? Or do we vote and then I make the amendment?
You have to make your amendment.
Okay.
So, Councilor Bagley, you have to make your amendment to this amendment.
Okay. I move that we add that the 3 existing members remain on the audit committee for the duration of their terms, that 3 city council members are appointed by the mayor, and one of the city council members is the chair.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Any discussion?
Your Honor, there's kind of an obvious problem, I think, which is that there are members on this committee right now. And either the council has to deal with that in some fashion or other. In other words, are we starting over with new councilors, or are the councilors who are on the committee right now remaining on it? You need to deal with the transition issue somehow.
Could the mayor just appoint?
Seems like a lot in doing that. Bob, any recommendations on how we would accomplish that for purposes of this motion?
I think that we could add a sentence saying that all existing members remain on the committee for the remainder of their terms, so that the existing council members stay on. Or you could say that the entire membership of the committee, on the adoption of this amendment, the entire membership of the committee should be replaced by the mayor, so that you can start fresh. Either way, you deal with the transition.
Okay. I guess in the spirit of the volunteerism, I'd prefer to have the carryover of the members that are currently on the committee stay on the committee. But it's getting somewhat confusing in order to, so we've adopted, as the purpose of this motion, the red lines. And then we're further, Counselor Bagley is further updating that membership and term. The Audit Committee shall have 6 voting members who shall be appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the city council. 3 members shall be city councilors, of which the chair will be selected. I don't know why that would have to then, we'd have to replace the, reconstitute the board if, or the committee if it had already been established, but.
Well, Your Honor, what happens tomorrow morning? I mean, do you?
Your Honor, we might have some ideas from
Because the next says, the initial terms of the members of the committee shall be for, now see, that's the problem, when we adopted that language, the original language, so we'd have to strike the second part of the line. Okay, Councilor Moreau.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the motion, the amendment to the motion should be that we remove all the changes to Section A and replace new changes with adding the 6 members, 3 being city councilors, and of that, the chair. And then we can add to that motion that existing sitting city councilors remain with a new one to be added to it. Does that make sense? So we basically, all the red lines of what has been crossed out, we just reverse all of it and then add in the 3rd member. I think that's the cleanest way to do it.
It does.
Well, this gets to be impossible.
Yeah, I think it is impossible because we'd want to strike B too, so.
Well, I didn't touch B.
I know, but B would be unnecessary, given that we would have the 3 members of the citizens remaining on. So that's, it's a kind of so we'd have to
Really?
remove that.
But that could stay either way. I mean, it's just giving them a right to do something. It's not saying they have to.
Sure, but we spent, I mean, I would not support that language. We spent a lot of time on the last audit committee limiting the scope of what the audit committee could do from terms of, you know,
And remove
raising.
all the changes and then import new changes of A and B.
I guess I question whether or not we would, so I know that it might be, yeah, this is tricky because I understand where Councilor Denton was coming from in terms of putting a motion onto the floor because we were adopting a motion that was not there. But maybe, Councilor Cook, you got an answer?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Denton's motion also encompasses all the additional changes to the ordinance, not just the changes to audit.
Correct.
So there were other significant changes to this ordinance. The elimination of the Planning and Development Council, the elimination of the Building Commission, the elimination of Pierce Island Committee, which we've been advised is no longer meeting, the elimination of the Micro Enterprise Advisory Committee. All of those are also part of the motion that Councilor Denton was putting forward. So I think it's important to recognize that these changes are part of a bigger picture of changes. And the only ones that were substantive were those changes to audit. Everything else was like the first discussion we had tonight in a hearing, eliminating commissions that were no longer meeting.
Okay, so do we want to separate these out again and focus on the audit committee separate?
I think that depends on what the council decides tonight. I would say that if we were going to change the audit ordinance, that we need to remove all the red lines, because the red lines are there simply because we no longer need them if they are just council members serving. If they're not council members serving, and if what I'm hearing from the public comment is that we want expertise, that's why this information was there in the first place. The only
That's correct.
reason.
That much is correct.
Yes.
Okay, Counselor Denton?
All right, this may sound confusing, but here's my approach.
Can't get any more confusing.
We stick with the motion which I made to adopt all the red line changes. If Councilor Bagley withdrew his motion, I would then make a second motion to amend and not make the proposed changes to the section on the Audit Committee. So those two motions then would accomplish everything that's proposed except for any of the changes to the Audit Committee, and that would keep the Audit Committee ordinance as was passed that previously, and then we could amend that language. So the red line language for the Audit Committee portion goes away.
Okay.
I'll rescind my motion.
Second agree?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm going to motion to amend and not make the proposed changes to the section to the Audit Committee.
Second.
Okay, and so, folks paying attention at home.
We should take a vote on that.
We should
before we move
vote
forward.
on this. It's passing all of the other red line changes and removing the changes to the Audit Committee.
It's just the amendment.
Correct. Just that amendment would, that amendment that I just made.
It's
and
not
was
to pass
seconded.
this motion, it's to accept the red lines of the other, of,
It would be to not accept the red lines to the Audit Committee. And then when we pass the final motion, the original motion, that would accept all the remainder of the changes plus any additional changes we make to the Audit Committee once this motion passes.
okay, if additional changes are made.
Correct.
Okay. Counselor Bagley.
Just a comment on, before we vote, on the Pierce Island Committee. I do believe their last meeting, they kind of voted to disband. I may have that wrong, but I think they kind of
The committee
sunsetted
did
themselves.
Sunset the committee.
So just wanted to address that because it came up in public comment.
That's a good point.
Well, Your Honor, what I think Councilor Dennis said, if that motion should pass, then keeping in mind that what it is an amendment to an amendment, then you would have amended the amendment so that everything is in front of the council as it appears in this ordinance right now, except the Audit Committee, which will not have changed. So it will still be, the Audit Committee shall have 3 voting members who should be appointed by the mayor, all city councilors.
Okay.
So
It would be
that could be further amended.
Yes.
Should we vote on that last amendment before any other amendments are made?
No, it's not been voted. That's what I, before the council votes, I wanted to explain what I thought that amendment would mean if you voted for it, so you know the result.
Counselor Moreau.
I disagree with that statement just because we're removing any changes. So we're going back to the original language of the Audit Committee to then possibly be amended. So first, we're making an amendment to what's in front of us to just take away all the changes to the Audit Committee and vote on that. So then we'd just have the red lines to the other groups, which minus out the other committees, and then we can further amend the original Audit Committee language. That's the way I understood it.
Your Honor.
I agree.
Assistant Mayor.
I apologize. I feel like this needs to be tabled. I know that I apologize to governance. I know how much work you have done on this. It feels like every time this comes back, there's several, friendly amendments and back and forth. And I think that the governance committee and maybe several councilors need to go to governance and talk through it there and then have it be brought back here. It feels like we're getting lost in translation several times over. So I apologize to governance for even feeling like I have to say that, but I feel like I have to say that.
Counselor Tabor.
That's one way we could go. I think as a governance committee member, I've had a chance to look at the New Hampshire Municipal Association and so forth, and to really think long and hard about the citizen members. and I do think they have value. So I think, and we also have Councilor Lombardi, so I think you can see that the governance committee is open to changing this, and it really is a whole council decision. So as difficult as it is, we might do well to press ahead.
Mayor?
Councilor Lombardi?
Is it possible to exclude section 1.410 from the vote and send and then table that separately?
It is certainly possible, yes.
Would that be a better way to do it, and then come up with a language that what we're trying to get at without?
Well, I would say that here's the this is where it kind of gets tricky in terms of the process required to change an ordinance. Takes a reading, takes a second reading. We want as much as this discussion to happen in public as possible. It's just really complicated to update things on the fly, and we balance, the send it back to committee and have different language come back to us with the need for us to, as the governing body, have these discussions as much, in public as possible. It's not like we could meet behind closed doors and discuss this. This is, be a right to know. And so we could easily pass the other portions of this, the sunsetting of the committees. Since they are not meeting right now and do not plan to meet, and with the case of the Pierce Island Committee have sunset, I do not see necessarily the urgency of pressing ahead and tabling portion of this. I would rather, if we're planning on tabling and crafting language that we could all support, I would rather table this entirely until the next meeting, of which we would have new revised language that would speak to both the need of, well, obviously it would include all the other things in there, but it could try to mend together the desires of the governance committee to have more, I guess, accountability when it comes to voters and the audit committee, meaning counselors on the audit committee, as well as what I think is a general consensus among the council of appreciating the citizen volunteerism of the many countless. I think it's, I don't know, it's fair to age anybody, but 100 years I've heard over and over again, an effective amount of knowledge when it comes to that. But I think it would be better, to the assistant mayor's point, of having something that is clear, that we could have in the packet, and that would accomplish the goals of a discussion in public. Now, my question to the city attorney would be, is how would we accomplish that if we wanted to make changes to, if we wanted to table this ordinance and make changes that appeared in the packet? Would that have to come under a counselor's name? How would that make it into the packet if we were to do that at the September 19th meeting?
The council could postpone, could pass second reading of all provisions of this amendment except those relating to section 1.410, postpone any consideration of amendments to section 1.410 until the next meeting, and then at that time I can bring in, or somebody can bring in for you, a proposed written amendment that accomplishes whatever the council wants the result to be.
Okay. Now, would we have to, could we simply table the entire thing just for purposes of clarity until that second meeting, or do we need to move forward with?
Well, yeah, I wonder what would be more clear. It might be a good idea, Your Honor, to get rid of the remainder of the things so that they don't have to be on the agenda and clog up anybody's thinking.
Sure. Okay. I'll take that.
So can I make a motion to separate out section 1.410 from this, what is it, motion? From
Postpone any action on section 1.410 until
until
whatever you want.
Until our next council meeting, and vote on the remainder of the, what is up.
Second reading of the proposed amendment as presented.
I'd second that.
Okay. Counselor Bagley.
Since I'm the one that kind of sprung this last minute without talking to the city attorney first, should we hash out kind of a general consensus of what we want the language to look like for next meeting now?
That would be a tremendous idea.
So I've proposed an idea of 3 city councilors and the 3 existing audit committee members, and one of those city councilors to be chair for the reason that they're going to have the best idea of what the council wants the audit committee to do. So I think that'll make things work a little bit more efficiently if one of the councilors is chair. But I'm certainly open to other ideas or other suggestions.
Counselor Lombardi, and then Assistant Mayor.
And the second, and I agree with that, the second piece of it is that the councilor terms are coterminous. And I'm not sure that's in here already.
It's in there right now.
It is, but then the non-council terms, I suggested would be, continue to be 3 years instead of 2. Having a, Beth doesn't like that.
No, I just think they need to be staggered.
Yeah.
So
Well,
3.
or staggered.
Staggered, you can do 3-year terms,
Yeah.
but, you know, they need to be staggered so that they don't all come up at the same time. That's the only
Right.
addition.
Okay. Assistant Mayor.
Thank you. And I would open up for discussion either tonight or bring it back in governance, and I believe I mentioned this at the last meeting, would be to potentially turn those citizen positions into advisory positions. Essentially, within this ordinance, there's an amendment that we would, give the power to hire an advisor, an expert. So I think that if we potentially, to meet halfway, a little bit in my view, from where, what was presented with governance, to take all citizens' votes off as we bring them back into more of an advisory role. So maybe a non-voting advisory role sits for the 3 citizens. Because what I heard tonight is that we have all this expertise, that we are looking for experts and people to advise us and not spend more money if we needed experts from the outside. So to me, it would make sense that if that is the primary purpose of those citizen experts, would be to put them into non-voting advisory role.
I think there would be,
It's an opinion.
it's a good discussion. We can bring it forth. I don't know if Jim, he's still in the audience. I think you need the dog has to be a little hungry to hunt. I think they need a little stake to want to vote, but I think it's good that we're in agreement now, or I'd say a consensus without having taken a vote, so I don't even know how we've reached that, but that we appreciate the efforts of the citizens that have brought through financial expertise and to be able to leverage that in the best possible way. I think that's hopefully what the ordinance is going to come back with, and without further, Bob, do you have something?
Yes, Your Honor, I thought I would just recite what I thought the council has agreed to, so that I will know what it is to go and write if this motion passes the way it's been proposed. And what I think the council has agreed to is that the makeup of the audit committee will be 3 councilors and 3 citizens, that the councilor terms will be coterminous with their terms as members of the council. The 3 citizens will have 3-year terms, except that the first 3 citizen members of the audit committee will have staggered terms, and there was some discussion right at the end from the assistant mayor that the non-council members of the audit committee be advisory, have an advisory role rather than a full role. So that last one, there may not be council consensus on, but I think the council agreed on the other things.
Yeah, I have no problem with them being voting members. But that's I guess that's up for discussion.
Counselor-
Thank you.
Oh, Sister Mary?
I apologize. Just to reference that, and I, again, apologize if it sounds blunt. I guess then why did we bring this ordinance up? Why did, if members of the governance committee feel like they're okay if, residents voted on this committee, then why did this amendment to the ordinance come forward?
Counselor Cook?
Thank you, Mayor. The reason this came forward is it was brought up by one member of the governance committee. And there was a concern about following the GFOA guidelines, which said that they should be members of an audit committee should be members of the governing body. So therefore, we shouldn't have citizens represented. We should have elected members of the governing body because ultimately the governing body is responsible for the financials of the city. And so that's why it came forward. And that's why you see all the red line changes. Because those items were no longer necessary if you weren't looking for volunteer citizens to serve. If we are to keep volunteers on the committee and they remain voting members, we do risk the same problems that GFOA envisioned, which is a potential conflict arising between citizen members and board elected members and the elected body, which is the reason why GFOA says that your governing board should make up your audit committee in the first place. So doing 3 and 3, there's a possibility of having that same conflict arise in this committee. Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yeah, to answer the assistant mayor's question, I think we brought this up because we were concerned about the primacy of the council running the audit process. And as Councilor Cook says, we were trying to do the best practices according to the Government Finance Officers Association, which works with hundreds of thousands of towns and cities across America and has looked at all the best practices. And their particular point on having the audit committee be members of the governing body was the members of an audit committee should be all members of the governing body for 2 reasons. Oversight of the executive branch is a core responsibility that cannot be delegated, and the inclusion of non-council members on the committee would inherently weaken both its real and perceived authority by creating a gap between the ultimate decision-making power, i.e. in our case the council, and the committee. So that was why we made the change that we did. But as you've pointed out to me, the New Hampshire Municipal Association has differing advice. They do have a role for citizen members. And I think the mayor put this well at our last meeting. It's that balance of how do we balance the accountability of the council by while getting the expertise of citizens who have the know-how and want to serve. And I think that where we're at now, making 3 councilors and 3 residents gives us and a chair who's one of the city councilors, makes that primacy of the council in the audit process a principle of governance of how we're going to go ahead. But we also get equal weight to our independent experts, and I think that's the balance. That's where we start, and we'll bring it back next time and see if we've got it right.
Assistant Mayor.
Just to touch on that, thank you. I think it's important to notice and note it, and where I got the committee, the audit committee advisors, is from the New Hampshire Municipal Government, New Hampshire Municipal Organization, is that they say non-council members would serve as audit committee advisors. So that's where I came up. I didn't just pull this out of thin air. I added, yes, the non-voting advisory role, but as advisors. So we'd have the 3 counselors sit as the 3 voting members, and then we would have advisory positions for non-council members.
I see that. I think I won't jump into this. Counselor Den, it's not my job to respond.
I haven't commented much to the merits of this, but the ordinance itself specifies that the members of this committee are just advisors to the council. So if we had just 3 city councilors voting on it and then 3 volunteers just as advisors to them, and the council are essentially advisors to the council, I don't think's necessary. I'd like to keep it with the volunteers voting as well, because they're just advisors to
The council.
Council.
Then. Okay. Counselor Bagley.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. And I think that the existing members should retain the right to vote. I think it's, we're kind of, we've got different guidance, I guess it seems, between the Blue Book and the New Hampshire Municipal Association. So we're trying to square a circle here. So I think we're.
Well, there's not a lot of these in New Hampshire. I think Dick Bagley stated there's 3. I forget the number. Maybe that's right. There's not a lot of cities that do it. A lot of towns do it, and this is we're gonna find there's a lot of different governing bodies that want to deal with this in a way that we could draw from. But I appreciate the discussion thus far. I think we're ready to. Bob, are you ready to?
John Shaik one. I take it from the discussion that there is not council consensus to make the citizen members of the audit committee non-voting.
No, but we can bring that up at the next meeting. That can be an amendment to that, but I don't think there's consensus at the moment.
Right. So what I'm just trying to get at is where do we go from here and how do we get to where you want to be? So I have a recommendation, which is that first off, the motion that's been made by Council Lombardi should be passed, in which case all of this ordinance, except for the audit committee, now passes second reading. The audit committee will be postponed to the next council meeting. Then I'm going to request the council take the rather unusual step of suspending rules and passing third reading of those portions which have passed second reading. And the reason I do that is to just clear the deck, so that next time you're looking at this, you're looking at one page and not all that you're looking at now. And then if that passes, then at the next council meeting, I will propose to you a written amendment to the audit committee ordinance, which makes it 3 councilors, 3 civilians, as the council members' terms coterminous with their terms on the council, 3-year terms for the civilians, but creates a stagger in the appointment, which is actually something we'd written earlier on. And Your Honor, I will think of some way to deal with the transition issue by recommending how the mayor should use the mayor's power of appointment to transit from where we are right now to where we will be the day it's adopted. So that's the picture. So if the council.
So first we got to vote on the motion on the floor.
Yes.
Before we do it, simply like there's the only thing that I took exception to in all the public dialogue was that a member said people you don't like, and that might not have been the intention, but I like everyone that likes Portsmouth enough to spend time trying to serve it. I think the idea is people you don't agree with, and there's plenty of people I don't agree with. I'm outnumbered in my house. I'm outnumbered in a lot of things that I do, but I think that when we have conversations that try to put ideology aside, that try to listen to one another, and really get into the details. And that's why I was a little harder than I usually am with folks in public comment, or the public hearing, because I wanted to get to a point of understanding the details of this, because that's how compromise is made and that's how things are moved forward. I'm happy that we can move forward and pass second and third reading of the changes that are more administrative. And I'll look forward to seeing what comes before the council when it comes to changes that potentially could come to the audit committee. So with that, I'll call for a roll call vote on passage of
Council Lombardi.
Councilor Lombardi's amendment.
Okay. 10. Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Tabor.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Moreau.
Yes.
Counselor Bagley.
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi.
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock.
Yes.
Counselor Cook.
Yes.
Mayor McCackron.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Now, I'll wait a motion to suspend the rules.
So moved.
Don't we have to vote on the second reading first? Or do we vote on them together?
Oh.
That would be a question.
I thought Councilor Lombardi's motion was to pass second reading of those portions except for section 1.410, postpone
Yes.
1.4.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure we did the right thing.
So,
I move to suspend the rules to add third reading, the public hearing.
Is it-
Second.
All in favor to suspend the rules?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And is there a motion to pass third reading as amended?
I move to pass third reading of Chapter 1, Article 4, commissions and authorities through third reading.
those portions of that which have passed second reading.
Those portions of which have passed second reading.
Second.
And we'll do a roll call vote on this as well.
Okay.
Sorry, Cal.
No, it's fine. Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Tabor.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Moreau.
Yes.
Counselor Bagley.
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi.
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock.
Yes.
Counselor Cook.
Yes.
Mayor McCackron.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Now, Bob, do we need anything else for?
No, Your Honor, I do want to add in that we'll also include the provision that the council member will be chair of the audit committee, as discussed previously.
Okay.
And I will bring you a proposed amendment that somebody can make at the next meeting.
Okay. With that, we will take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Bathroom break, please.
That's error something, and then if you spell out the error, you're like, oh my God. You just called me.
No, not the ethics.
Totally.
It felt like we could have just had that 10-minute break for a lot longer, all the way to the 10:30, and call it a night and go about this tomorrow. But there's still some a lot of important work to do here. So I want to get right to the next one, the public hearing resolution authorizing a bond issue under notes of the city under the Municipal Finance Act and participation in the State Revolving Fund SRF loan of up to $1,200,000 for costs related to sewer service connections related to the Sagamore Avenue area sewer extension project. And I will entertain a sample motion, move to adopt the resolution as presented.
So moved. Second.
Okay, and then we'll get to the presentation, but I just want to, there's so much that comes before the council in terms of sometimes of public comment, and public comment's not usually a two-way street. I broke my own rules on that, and I called out some things. So I want to call a couple other things as we get to this, because it's germane to this topic. This $1.2 million of authorization, it kind of speaks to the the entire city, what we're focused on. Obviously, sewer is one of the big things, but how do we pay for sewer? And there was a number of speakers that spoke at length about the money that's sitting out in checking accounts. We spent a lot of time in the last council discussing this very thing. Why we do this, why we bond money in a certain way, what is the profession, why is the reason we would ever bond money ahead of the project, or why isn't Peter getting these projects, shovels in the ground as soon as we cut the check? Well, if we were doing it a piecemeal way, if we were simply cutting a check for every project that came before us, we would be paying an enormous amount more in finance costs, because we're not using the weight of the city or AAA bond rating to go out and get bonds at times that are most favorable to us. Now, we are all summer children when it comes to interest rates on the city council, up until about 3 months ago when interest rates started going up. So it's been a while since we've really had the opportunity to appreciate the professionalism that exists within the finance department of the city of Portsmouth. And I am not going to name any names or count up the number of years that they have, because I'm sure they would kill me if I put their collective expertise and thus ages in front of everybody. But I have always been impressed, and I believe Portsmouth can be absolutely proud of our finance team and bringing us forward proposals in ways that always balance the interests of the taxpayer and the interests of a fiduciary responsibility, and bring money not just to park it into an account. All of that is assigned fund balance, but to do so in a way that creates the best opportunity for the city of Portsmouth to really get as much out for every dollar as we can. And so there was a lot that came in the previous conversation. I didn't want to let it go, I guess, unresponded to. I picked this time because I guess I'm the mayor and I can talk whenever I want, even though I'm not supposed to. But it's important to be able to call that out. So with that, I would love to bring up Peter, go through this presentation. Are we going through Peter?
Your Honor, it's going to be my honor to ask Assistant City Engineer Zachary Cronin to come up and make this presentation. Peter will assist as may be necessary. And Mayor, thank you for the words about our finance team. They are without rival in the state.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Explains the suit and sitting back there for 4 hours.
Bear with me a second, Zach. I'm going to straighten this out.
Thank you for the introduction.
All right, sir, take it away.
I'm Zachary Cronin, Assistant City Engineer for the City of Portsmouth, and I'm here to talk about the Sagamore Ave Sewer Extension Project. A little bit of project background. The sewer extension project centers around Sagamore Creek. On the north of the creek, we have Sagamore Ave, Cliff Road, Shaw Road, and Walker Bungalow Road. And on the south side, we have Sagamore Ave, Sagamore Grove, and Wentworth House Road. North of the creek, we have Severino Trucking, currently under contract constructing the sewer main within the right-of-way. You may have seen some of the construction over there. And last month, the City Council voted to award funding for the sewer main on the south side of the creek. In this project area, there are approximately 88 properties or 91 sewer connections, and the funding of those connections is what I'm here to talk about. If we can move to the next slide. So the City of Portsmouth is paying for the construction of the sewer main in the street and sewer laterals to the right-of-way that ended a curb stop. And underneath the contract, the city is purchasing and installing the pumps at the properties that wish to connect as part of the project. So that is purchase and installation and connection to the houses. That leaves the property owner or homeowner responsible for the cost of installation from the ejector port on the pump to the curb stop at the edge of the right-of-way. So that's excavation, installation of the pipe, and then restoration over the trench. Now, all of that work would be executed by the city contract, meaning that all of that work needs to be funded so that we can execute the contract and have the contractor do the work. So that brings us to the next slide. Project costs. There have been 39 properties that have shown interest and would like to get an MOU to connect into the sewer and connect into the sewer. So that's 30 properties on the north side of the creek, or of the side of the creek, and 9 properties on the south side of the creek. That's $1.1 million on the north side and $0.4 million on the south side for these 39 connections into the sewer. A total of $1.5 million. And that's an average resident cost of $16,077. Now, approximately $627,000 of that will be repaid to the city by the residents over time. That is for their section of the work, the ejector port to the curb stop within the right-of-way. Now, that brings us to the bond proposal. Staff recommends funding the 39 connections at a total of $1.5 million. $300,000 was approved as part of the fiscal year 22 funding, which leaves a need of $1.2 million, which is the proposal we have in front of you tonight.
Thank you, Zach. Any questions from the council on this? Assistant Mayor.
Thank you. What is the timetable for the completion of the whole project?
So the north side sewer main, we have under contract to be completed by December 30th of 2020. And then we are projecting that the sewer main in the south of the creek would be completed in the construction year of 2023. That is more than likely when the private side connections would begin. And we have funding in the out years till fiscal year of 28 to fund and complete the private side connections.
Thank you.
Councilor Moreau.
If anyone beyond the 39 properties that we're funding for now want to connect at a later date, are we going to need to do additional funding for that, or are they just going to be responsible for making all payment?
We've carried funding through till fiscal year 2028. So that would cover the approximately 66 properties that we have designs for currently. Now, we would need to rework the unit costs moving forward, but we do have funding projected for that.
So you'll continue like the same deal going forward if other people change over the next handful of years?
Yes, over the next handful of years, yes.
Thanks.
But just a clarifying question on that. Not the same deal in that we'll do the same work, but the price could be different for those, given that it's a new, we would have to enter in a new contract with.
Yes, a new contract would need to be entered into, but the cost apportionment, that split would remain the same. It's the unit prices that would differ.
Right.
Councilor Lombardi?
I just want to say that I think this is a great project. We're taking people who are very close to the water off of septic systems and putting them onto a sewer system that treats the water, treats the waste, and I think this is a win-win for them as well as for the city. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Tabor.
Zach, if a homeowner doesn't opt in and sells the house, does the new homeowner, will we allow that new homeowner to stay with septic, or will we require that new homeowner to cut over?
I spoke to Kevin Cavaney at DES, and the septic approvals are by the system, not by the homeowner. So should the septic system adhere to all state laws, then it would be fine to continue being used.
Thank you.
And maybe just a clarifying comment here, because I was involved, along with Councilor Tabor, on this lengthy process before. Just, Zach, correct me if I'm wrong. Typically, and how we picked up the owner cost here, is that previously this would be the owner cost of connecting into, without a low gravity system, we would simply, we would have them tie in, their old septic tank would tie into the street. In any other project throughout the city of Portsmouth where we're adding sewer, your responsibility would be from where your waste pipe exits your house, would go to a septic, your responsibility would be to tie into that sewer main. And we're trying to replicate that here, even though it's a different system, a low gravity system that requires a pump. And so we're picking up the connection to the pump, and the homeowner is still picking up ostensibly the same amount through a loan fund that we're
Yes,
setting up.
it's fairly similar. The gravity systems don't require pumps, so the homeowner pays from the house to the sewer main in those instances. This does keep it fairly comparable to a gravity connection, so it is fairly comparable in that way.
And the reason why I think we're doing this, or at least the reason stated at the previous, when we were on the previous council together, was that since this was an EPA consent decree and kind of went outside, maybe, collectively a community, or a neighborhood coming together and saying, we want sewer, this was the feds telling our residents that this had to happen. And we entered into that agreement with them. Obviously, there's a cost, and so we're trying to mitigate that as best we can.
Yes, this is our consent decree second modification project.
All right.
It was chosen by the council.
Thanks, Zach. Any other questions from the council? We now have the opportunity for members of the public. If you'd like to come up and speak in it, feel free to do so. Now, I didn't say this before and I got in trouble, but, it's a 3 minutes, in your heart and your heads here, no filibustering.
It will be brief.
Okay.
Peter Huda, 280 South Street. So first I want to say that I have no objections about this project moving forward. I think this is great. We've worked long and hard on it, and it's come a long way from what it originally was. My question, and I don't know if this is for our finance department or perpetually prepared Peter, according to the memo that was given to us by Brian Getz, Terry Damaris, and Zach at the last meeting, the work for the separate funding for the authorization on July 11th was $2.5 million, included the south side. So the north side is in the consent decree. We were just told that the south side is not going to start till 2023, possibly, because we don't even know if we're going to finish the north side in 2020. So my question is, what is the reasoning behind not using some of the funds that have already been appropriated, the 2.5, instead of requesting another 1.2 here, and moving forward later to request that when the plans come forward? I don't know if you can't answer, but maybe somebody else can, and
We'll ask the
that's my question.
Any other speakers?
Thank you.
Thank you, Petra.
Peter, do you want to speak to the funding timings? Pardon?
Hearing closed?
Yep, we've closed the hearing.
If I may answer that question, the south side of the creek, the sewer main, is included in our consent decree, so we do need to finish that work.
The other aspect is that we're going to be executing a change order to lock in the prices that the contractor was willing to hold until September, and if we did not lock in now, those prices would not be valid. So that's a very critical part of this.
Certainly. We've seen, so this is a project that we spent a lot of time talking about, and there's like any project that when we're talking about requirements and not opt-ins, you spend a lot of time. But in that process, we saw as this council that the prices that came back from what was originally quoted to what was available to do, given inflationary pressures, construction prices, brought an enormous additional cost. Now, I think I closed the public comment, but I didn't look at Zoom. So, Kelly, do I have to suspend the rules to reopen the public comment, or can I call on the member of the Zoom?
Well, I didn't hear you technically close the public
All right,
hearing, so go ahead.
Okay. Sheridan, could you please just state your name and the city of residence, and please try to keep it to within 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor McCracken. This is Sheridan Lloyd, 45 Cliff Road in Portsmouth. I would like to just clarify some of the things. I have been involved in this low-pressure sewer system design and implementation, forced implementation on our neighborhood since day one when it was announced to us in 2019. Clarifying, not all properties are actually on the waterfront or close to the waterfront. So a lot of the properties are actually not impacted on that aspect of it. The lateral lines, when it was negotiated, just so people are aware, residents as well as the council, lateral lines in other parts of the city actually run now at this point $1,500 to $2,000 for a lateral line for the homeowner to pay. As it's been stated, for our neighborhood, because it is all granite, it is all cliff, it is all rock, ours is all ending up being blasted. Actually, they haven't done any blasting. They're just like hammering for hours and hours and hours every single day. Ours, as you said, is an average of about $16,000. It goes up to $22,000 for a homeowner to connect to this sewer system. This is not in keeping with what a lateral line costs in other parts of the city. This was a city negotiated consent decree. This was brought up by the city as an example or as a suggestion to the EPA. The EPA did not bring this up themselves. It has also been discussed at meetings early on this, that this whole thing was supposed to be to eliminate or reduce pollution in Sagamore Creek, and it was agreed upon that this most likely will not have an improvement on Sagamore Creek's pollution levels because most of the pollution is coming from up creek, not from this neighborhood. Some of the other suggestions I have and some of the other information is I would request new RFQs for all of the lateral line work to be done. Here's an example, we need to have extremely tight controls over what is actually being done. We had our property evaluated a year to a year and a half ago. At that point in time, they did all the diagrams and discussions on what we have, where there's granite, where there's not granite, what the whole history of the area is. The quote that came back to us and to the city includes a cost to the city component of this whole project on our property, a $1,080 cost. Doesn't sound like it's big, does it? For the whole size of the property, whole size of the project. But what would you get for $1,080? They would move 7 potted tomato plants from where they're going to be digging, and then they would put the 7 potted tomato plants back in position, and their quote for moving 7 potted tomato plants is over $1,000. If that's just one component of the errors and the omissions and or the overcharges for some of the work that are being done, I would be horrified to find out what other overcharges there are. Another thing that was brought up in an earlier meeting was the request for the property owners to have all the specifications so we can go out and get our own contractors and get our own pricing on doing the lateral line component of this. And yes, we had discussed it would include the other components of it, but the cost of a $13,000 pump in a tank is insane at this point in time. Especially there was a discussion that everyone already has, septic tanks which are sitting right in line with where you want to end up putting these lateral sewer lines. Therefore, there should be allowance, as it was discussed, that we already had the tanks in line and in place, that these tanks would end up being used. That should bring down that $13,000 cost to the city for these tanks and pumps. That's what I have to say at this point in time. I think the overage on this, we're looking at probably a $15 million project if and when we get this whole thing done. And remember, the EPA consent decree was for less than $3 million. If I remember correctly, it was like $2.1 or $2.5 million for the whole thing. We're already up at like $8 million, and we're still pounding, getting holes in the ground at 15 feet per week is what the progress is on this on Sagamore Avenue. This is going to be a very long and drawn-out project. We're now out to 2028. It was originally supposed to be done by 2022. Then we were told more recently, when it started in May, it was going to be done by 2026. We're 4 months into it, and we've already added 2 years to the project. This is going to be an extremely expensive and long, torturous process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheridan. Any other comments or questions from the council? Councilor Denton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to clarify, just because there's a consent decree that says we have to spend a certain amount on something, it doesn't mean we can't go above and spend more money if it's for a good cause like this, especially given how septic tanks are often worse than sewer systems when it comes to pollutants being discharged into the ground.
Any other comments, questions? With that, again, a lot of work has gone into this, and appreciate all of the comments, the amount of time that we spent on it. The previous council getting to a point, would love to be able to do more with the money that we have, but the pressures that we have on us as a council and as city, I can't imagine that the costs are going to be going down anytime soon. So with that, I'd like a roll call vote on the motion on the floor to adopt the resolution as presented.
Certainly. Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor McCaffrey?
Yes.
Thanks, Zach.
Next up,
We need a motion to suspend the rules.
oh, we guess we do. All right.
Your Honor, I'd make a motion to suspend the rules and go past 10:30.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Begrudgingly.
My
Begrudgingly
favorite,
aye.
my favorite vote of the night. Every time I'm
We
like,
did good the first
10.
couple.
Yeah, I know, we did, until we got to some longer public hearings. Now we have a third and final reading of ordinance. This is to make changes to the Code of Ethics. Sample motion, move to pass third and final reading of the ordinance as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Moreau.
I think there has been a lot of discussion around the ethics ordinance, and in my time in volunteering with the city for the last decade, we always know that every ordinance, you know, whether it's new or you're revising it, you've got to put it into practice to see how it works and to see how you can make it better. So I think we're at a point where this one's ready to be put into practice and to see how it works. And if it doesn't work, we can make changes down the road. So.
Well, it's hard to make ordinances. It's hard to change ordinances. I think that we demonstrate that, you know, there's fallibility when we have to write the laws. This is one that has gone a long time. I appreciated the discussion in so much as we came back with the idea of the chief or the ethics investigative officer. There was some comments of, hey, you know, the city manager can't appoint that person. What if X, what if Y, what if Z? And to the credit, I think we've come up with a way that, recommendations still drawing on the expertise while giving it to the board to make the decision. It creates I think, a better system for us. I look forward to not using it, but if so, I do believe that we will have a process to deliver more fact-finding and truth-gathering, which I think is always a better way to reach a decision. So appreciate that. And with that, since it is the third and final reading, and I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor McEachran?
Yes.
Unanimous.
City Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've already taken up item number 1. Thank you to Deputy Fire Chief Howe. Number 2 is the approval of welfare guidelines, and I won't read everything that is in my comment. I would share that the last time the city's welfare guidelines were updated was back in 2015, and this group should know that the New Hampshire Local Welfare Administrators Board of Directors late last year worked with attorneys from the NHMA to update model guidelines, most of which was adopted by our welfare officer, Ellen Tully, working in conjunction with City Attorney Sullivan. So they've been attached for your consideration, and late this afternoon, a redlined version of the welfare guidelines was distributed. And for those following at home or who don't have the ability to see those, largely these were wordsmithing changes and ways to make the policy more readable and user-friendly. And those include definitions for client and different types of housing, and pertinent to what we've lived through for the past 2.5 years, an acknowledgement of accepting electronic versions of transmission of information, whether by phone or by video. And there's a section about allowing each welfare officer at their sole discretion to support the limited needs of, in a limited capacity, non-citizens. And lastly, that there's a prohibition against using assistance for such products as alcohol, tobacco, or pet food. But otherwise, they largely remain intact. And per the RSA, we're looking for the City Council to move to adopt these welfare guidelines as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Bagley?
Thank you, Your Honor. Question for the city manager. On page 23, what you just mentioned, the food vouchers may not be used for alcohol, tobacco, or pet food. Can we push back on the pet food component of that? Or is that a federal regulation or state regulation?
That, Your Honor, you are the ones who adopt these guidelines, and you can make that change. This is local money, I might add, not federal, state.
So the reason, if somebody's in a situation where, they need assistance from the city and they have a pet that may be a significant emotional part of their life, and it may help them get back on their feet. So I don't think we should exclude pet food. So I would make an amendment, and try this again tonight, that we strike the word pet food on
Page 23.
section E, item 3.
Second.
So I'm just looking through that. So, but these are redlined from, when are these redlined from? Just redlined in our...
This is new, this document got emailed to you late.
Okay. I guess the only problem I would have with this is that the other changes are not redlined in the packet. I'd like to, if we're not, we've keyed on pet food because it came in right now. And so moving out of just accepting what has been agreed upon by a team of communities, since we don't have the red line version, I would have issue that we're adopting other changes that we might not be, that could be as as, glaring to us if they were redlined instead of an adopted packet. Councilor Moreau?
I sort of disagree because I read that, it might have been something that was already in there versus it happened to be a change, but I guess I don't see that as being a problem, as much as you do.
I'm not going to be the anti-dog mayor. I guess I am curious that I support this motion. I guess my concern is that they were redlined and other changes to the welfare document were not redlined. So I don't know where the document has changed versus where it is.
Well, Your Honor, everything in blue is either added or it's in blue and redlined. Like, so redlined, I guess, isn't the right term, but it's been blue-lined, if you will. Like, if you go to page 26.
Are we talking about this in the electronic packet, I don't see it as blue-lined.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the hard copy.
The hard copy. That was
Okay, so only on the emailed version, and I guess my question is, were these changes that existed within, were they changes that were from the previous welfare guidelines? Because I don't see changes in here. I just see welfare guidelines.
This particular one, Your Honor, appears to be an addition and was not currently, it was not in the 2015 version.
So are these, okay, so is this, are we just updating this, but from the 2015 guidelines?
So the hard copy is the old guidelines with the changes recommended. And then what's in the digital packet is a clean version with all the changes in it.
Okay. So the emailed version had the red lines in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Because I didn't read that one. I just read that. Okay.
But you read the one with all the changes.
Right, but I guess changes are, I guess I'd like to know where the city of Portsmouth is making a modification versus where we are just adopting, because move one way or the other would signify a policy decision versus simply, like we've added a lot on housing and, even things like, what is a client in this? So that's my question. Councilor Moreau?
I guess my only concern was because we actually are taking this list from what used to be known as the food stamp program, whether or not then that is what would disallow us from then changing it. That would be my only question, because if we're trying to follow this now called SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, then I guess, I just would wonder whether or not we're going, if we can do that legally, would be my only question.
Well, if I may, Bob, perhaps you and Ellen talked about that any material added was something that was brought forward in conjunction with the Welfare Administrator Board of Directors and the New Hampshire Municipal Association. But I was not present for those discussions. If it makes sense to have Ellen here to speak to those directly, we can do that. She's not here this evening. We would have to bring this back for the next meeting.
I was not present either. I did not prepare this document.
Okay, I guess my problem is if it's I don't know, if these are NMHA, and, New Hampshire Municipal Association is fantastic. I don't know, but Portsmouth is different than Manchester when it comes to welfare. So I don't know if these are right-sized, and since we don't have the right-sized for Portsmouth, and since we don't have the red lines were not, or the blue lines were not originally in the packet, and, Councilor Bagley pointed out one particular one, it gives me pause to accept all of them if we don't know the reason for those changes, or those changes aren't mentioned in the packet. Councilor Bagley?
Thank you, Your Honor. Question for the city manager. Is there any downside to this, punting this to the next meeting?
No, none whatsoever. We'll ask Ellen to be here, and we'll take that up then. So.
And could we have just a digital packet with the red lines in there?
Yep.
So shall I rescind my motions?
We can just table this matter, and we'll bring it forth on September 19th. Procedurally, Kelly, does the council have to rescind anything?
He can make the motion to table, and then we'll.
I make the motion to table under city managers items which require action. Item 2 until the next meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Item number 3 is a request to schedule at the initial request of Councilor Cook and approval of the council, a work session devoted to how to allocate the remaining American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, funds. And that conversation took place at the July 11th meeting. The staff is proposing that we hold a work session on September 12th at 6 p.m. in council chambers. I know that is the night before the primary. I also know it is a conflict with perhaps 1 or 2 councilors. So if it were the will of the council to schedule a work session but look to consider other dates, we could do that. So not sure where you would like to go with this, Mayor. We could consider that September 12th, or we could look to other dates such as the 13th, which again is a primary, or Wednesday, September 21st. There does not appear to be an evening conflict that night.
Your Honor, I move that we have the ARPA work session September 12th, as recommended.
Second.
Any discussion?
Your Honor, I will be in Chicago that week and unable to attend.
The whole week, so the whole week is out for that, so, all right. You're not allowed to join by Zoom. Or you can, but it's a work session, so we can,
there's no
we don't
voting,
have
so
any
be all
votes.
right.
But, all right. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you. Next up is discussion of the neighborhood pilot parking program. We had mentioned that we would bring this back to you for your consideration because the program is set to expire on September 6th. In the packet, we have a presentation that initially was presented at a council meeting, and at which time it was referred to the Parking and Traffic Safety Committee meeting. That presentation is back in your packet with some updated numbers. We do not plan on showing the entire presentation tonight. However, we do have Parking Director Benjamin Fletcher on Zoom if the council has questions. But based upon the data we have looked at, we are trying to determine what is best in terms of the future of the program. So, as mentioned, it's set to expire on September 6th. The way that the packet is updated essentially includes data from the summer months and extends the program to a full year, because I believe we started on August 4th of 2021. So perhaps for a starting point, if the council were interested in extending the neighborhood parking program, while we try to determine whether fees should be associated or whether the program should be continued, the recommended motion is that a motion be made to maintain the program for 90 days, during which time city staff could bring to the fee committee a recommendation regarding fees that should or could be adopted to sustain the program.
I'd like to make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I've thought long and hard about this program, and considering I live with it every day of my life. And I really think it's a good program, and I think one of the ways to sort of make it work for the whole city is to take away the 2 free hours that we give now and just make it all paid parking. But if you live in the neighborhood, you can then buy a permit and not have to pay for parking on the street. You pay for the permit instead. So it would just be like through the app that you can park downtown, you would park when you're there. And that way that would help pay for the cost of it. And I think looking at what that cost might be for if people are paying when they're parked in the neighborhood that aren't permitted, will that offset most of the costs? And then what the permits would be, I think the fee committee could look at that. But that would be my want of a direction to look at.
Okay. So your recommendation is to put all paid parking in there, but then it looks like you're getting a discount instead of buying for something. Okay.
Yeah, you get you pay for the permit and you get to park without having to pay, right?
Okay.
You're permitted or you pay to park, one or the other.
Okay. I think that would be something that would be useful to go to the fee committee to see how that would be implemented. Councilor Bagley is the PTS representative.
I just want to support Councilor Barrow's recommendation. I actually went to her house last week, I think it was, and I don't have the neighborhood parking pass, but it would have been, it would have cost me a couple dollars to park for 2 or 3 hours on the street there. Normally I'd walk, but I think it was it was one of the really hot days, and I just didn't want to walk. So I think that's an excellent idea, and I think it would be a good place to kind of test pilot only letting people use the app. So you would have to use the app. There wouldn't be kiosks in the neighborhood, let's say.
Right.
And we could see if we get any pushback on that, because I think that's kind of where parking's going in the future.
I think it's a great idea, yeah.
Okay. If Councilor Moreau does say so herself, she thinks her idea is a great idea. So,
If I do say so, no, I meant about using the app only.
I think we have to look at where we are now, which is people can get permits for free. So the question to me is, how far do you move everybody from you can get a permit right now for free? 'Cause that's what's customary and usual. My question would be, if you metered the whole area, could you meter maybe just the streets closest to downtown? Would you have to do the entire NPP area that we've got now? Because
Well, I think these are great questions for the fee committee and understanding that, and I think that's a good place to move the discussion.
Yeah.
Councilor Tabor, you're on the fee committee still.
Yes.
That's right.
There you go.
Your Honor, can
Councilor
I
Bagg, yeah.
make a recommendation for Councilor Tabor? Is you might want to look to the city of Dover for what they charge for neighborhood parking permits.
Okay.
I think Director Fletcher could assist with that.
Yeah.
Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have questions about the neighborhood pilot parking program in this neighborhood because it doesn't seem to have a huge impact and change in number of spaces. But then you have some residents that are very, very happy with it, and you have others that really aren't very happy with having the program in place. I think it's reasonable to extend it for 90 days and bring forward the discussion at the fee committee, but I strongly suspect we'll hear back from residents if we go to a fee structured system that we might not even have the level of participation anticipated in this program, because it's great when you're getting something for free, but suddenly when you have to pay for it and you have 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 cars, it's getting really expensive. So it'll be interesting to see how this works, I think, in the long term. I think, unfortunately, as parking becomes more difficult in the city, we might end up in a situation where we need neighborhood parking programs, not just in this area, but in other neighborhoods as well. So even though we're not seeing a huge impact right now from this program, that's not to say that that won't change over the next 10 years.
Thank you, Councilor Cook. And I would agree. I've supported this as so far as that I think that long-term, we probably end up with something like this in more parts of Portsmouth. I think I share your concern of how much people are going to want to pay for it, but I think understanding that is going to understand what the true value of the program is, and how many people actually want this program to exist. We've got to put a price on it. And I think we would be kind of throwing out the work that we've done to not put a price on it and get that, that hard data from how many people want to participate at that level. So I would support the motion on the floor to send this to the fee committee. And if there's no other questions, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Item number 5 speaks to a wayfinding easement for city property located at 93 Pleasant Street. I want to mention that the project located at 93 Pleasant Street no longer considers living units. It's, I believe it's office space now. That's miswritten. But what's important here is that the planning board granted site plan approval for the project, and as part of the project, the property owner has agreed to relocate a city-wide wayfinding sign currently in the right-of-way onto the private property at 93 Pleasant, which will make the right-of-way that much more accessible. The planning board recommended that the city accept an easement to access, maintain, replace, and repair the relocated sign. The easement is in your packet for consideration, And we would look to ask the city council to move to authorize the manager to accept and record a signed easement over 93 Pleasant Street in substantially similar form to the easement deed from Dagny Taggart LLC contained in the packet.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you. Up next is a rather complicated matter, and I will do my best to summarize, and I will also mention that Assistant City Attorney Jane Farini is here, and Jane is our in-house expert on this matter. This is the request to renew the Coalition Communities 2.0 membership agreement, and it's timely because the full board is meeting on September 22nd and looking for all current members to affirm or renew their intent to remain with the group and reauthorize the MOU in advance of that meeting, and we have put that in your packet for consideration tonight. You will recall that this group came back together when the concern with shared concerns among all the communities participating arising from the findings and recommendation back in late 2020 by the Commission to Study School Funding and its ancillary effects. So I don't know if this group has questions for Jane, or if there's any questions about the desire to renew the MOU.
Any questions? Councilor Cook?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There's some foreshadowing in the packet of upcoming bills that may be coming before our legislature this coming term related to changes, potential changes in education funding. I would love to hear Attorney Farini's thoughts on where we think we're going with that, if we really think these are going to come to fruition.
Perhaps while Jane is coming to the microphone, does it make sense to make a motion to continue discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'll make the motion that the City Council move to authorize the city to continue to participate in the Coalition Communities 2.0 and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a 2-year renewal of a MOU with the Coalition Communities 2.0 in a form similar to that in the packet.
So, second.
Thank you, Councilor Cook. You're correct insofar as last session there were maybe 50 education bills that were tracked and only one that was on point relative to really this funding change, and that was sent to study committee. So that one is still live, and if it comes out of study committee and becomes a bill, then that's definitely something that would warrant attention and lobbying efforts. But I think the other thing that's briefly mentioned in the summary is there's 2 pending lawsuits as well that are directly challenging the excess swept issue. One is the Conville case, which has been kicking around, gone to the Supreme Court and come back down to the Superior Court level. That will be heard. I believe the trial is set for the spring. But there's a brand new case that was just filed in June, and that is from founding members of the New Hampshire Fair Education Foundation. And so I think there will be a lot of activity on this issue. I think the thought was to wait because of these pending cases with this last session, but we don't know who's going to get elected. We don't know, which way the political winds will blow. And this is a very complicated matter that is tough to track. With 50 bills on education and the formula is complex, you really need a presence in Concord to kind of not only know the scheduling of the hearings, but also take the temperature of the folks that are really putting these motions and amendments forward. So I do think there would be, we would be well served to continue having a lobbyist. We would have to go back out and bid for another lobbyist, but I do think that it would be advisable for the council to move forward on this.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Nope. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Jane.
I will be supporting this. It is it's an incredibly difficult and probably our biggest challenge in the state of New Hampshire is how do we fund education. I view this coalition as a way to bring forth the conversations and concerns of folks that are in Portsmouth just as willing to fund education as anywhere else in the state, and do so in a way that is fair and equitable, so that we can one day solve that, but not with a system that would be shifting the unfair burden to those least able to pay on the other extreme. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Next, you're up next.
Sorry, my last item, Your Honor, is a request for a monitoring well license for 60 Penhallow Street. Site plan approval for this project includes grading and drainage plans. And our DPW department, along with New Hampshire DES and the owner, met recently to review the grading and drainage plan and recommend a revision to the existing drainage plan regarding the location of monitoring wells that surround the site. DES is requiring 4. There would be 2 on-site and 2 off-site on city property beneath the sidewalk on Penhallow, adjacent to the building. And because these 2 wells are located under city property, a license from the city is required. Essentially, there is no cost to the city. This is simply facilitating the continuance of monitoring to track pollutants. The owner will submit a revised grading and drainage plan to show exact locations after consultation with DigSafe and DPW, and the owner agrees to comply with specifications from both DPW and the state that are listed in the packet. So we're looking for the council to authorize the manager to negotiate and execute a license with Dagny Taggart LLC to locate New Hampshire DES required monitoring wells under the city sidewalk along Penhallow, adjacent to the Brick Market building at 60 Penhallow Street.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a question on timing. I find it interesting that all of a sudden now we're going to have to tear up sidewalks that were just put in to put in monitoring wells. So is this a New Hampshire DES timing issue, or how was this decided so late?
I'm getting guidance from staff, if you don't mind. Peter Ice appears to have the most information on this matter.
I'm coming down.
The brick sidewalks that are there currently are actually temporary. They're putting in granite inlay. So the timing is actually okay because they're going to be doing work in the sidewalks anyway.
Okay.
So the DES is really the one that dictated, when they chose to make a decision.
Thank you. That's what I was guessing. So thank you.
So we're getting fancier sidewalks there? All right.
Fancy.
I was okay with those sidewalks, so that's great.
Granite.
Any other questions? And thanks, Councilor Cook. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. On to the consent agenda. Looking for a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, look forward to the crop walk on Sunday, October 16th, the SEACOAST area crop walk. Let's see, presentations and written communications. Email correspondence, look for a sample motion to accept and place on file.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next is the capital improvement plan.
Your Honor, Beverly Zent will be joining us via Zoom. Kevin, if you wouldn't mind promoting her to panelist while I figure out how to bring up her presentation. Here we go.
She said no. Oh, she's already on.
She should be. Beverly, are you on? Hi, Beverly. How are you? You're free to go. You just got to unmute.
My apologies. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh. So once again, good evening. This evening, I'm going to be presenting on the capital improvement plan development. Tonight's presentation is part of this year's kickoff for the capital improvement plan development. alerting the public and the council and the community that we are accepting proposals at this time. Tonight I'll briefly cover what is a capital improvement plan, what it's not. I'll talk a little bit about the timeline and the process overview, and then I will conclude with discussing public input opportunities that will be available throughout the plan. So if you could advance the slide, please. What is the CIP? The CIP is a 6-year plan for prioritizing and planning for major capital projects such as roadway paving or building improvements. It is a planning document alone. It does not commit any funding. For the public, it is also 3 things. It is an informational tool to better understand the city's long-term budget strategy. It is an opportunity to suggest projects to be included in the CIP. And finally, it's an opportunity to comment on proposed projects that are being considered for the CIP. Next slide. Why do we go through the CIP process on an annual basis? Well, one good reason is that it's just good planning. It helps us to plan for projects that have bigger fiscal impacts, both short-term and long-range. It allows us to anticipate the impacts of those and plan for them well in advance to make sure that we're able to cover those projects. Equally important, the state requires that we develop a capital improvement program under RSA 674.5. The CIP should be developed to include major projects currently underway and future projects that are to be undertaken as well. Most importantly, the state notes that the sole purpose and intent of the CIP is to help the mayor and the council in their budget deliberations, putting together that budget. Next item. In accordance with state law, the city has adopted process language into the charter that provides the following: that the manager shall prepare and submit to the council a 6-year capital program at least 3 months prior to the final date for the submission of the budget. This should include a general summary of contents, a list of all capital improvements proposed during the next 6 years, cost estimates, method of financing, recommended time schedules for each improvement, and estimated annual operating and maintenance costs. And this is directly out of our city charter. Next slide, please. This is a very important slide. Often we get applications that do not qualify specifically as a CIP. So really reviewing what types of projects qualify as a CIP are really important. But we do take all the proposals that are submitted, and when they are not CIP projects, we need to redirect them to the appropriate process where the applicant or the citizen commenter can receive information about how the idea can be addressed through a more appropriate process. But generally speaking, CIP projects are land acquisition, construction or expansion of a public facility, street, utility, or public infrastructure, rehabilitation of a public facility or public infrastructure, provided the cost is $50,000 or more, design work or planning study related to capital project or implementation of a master plan, an item or piece of equipment, non-vehicular in nature, that costs more than $50,000 and has a life expectancy of 5 years or more, and replacement and purchase of vehicles which have a life expectancy of 5 years or cost more than $50,000, that being an important threshold, that $50,000. Next slide, please. So what are the plan inputs? And there are primarily three sources where we get our CIP projects. The first being the adopted plan for the previous fiscal year. In this case, it would be fiscal year 23 to 28. Those CIP projects are migrated forward into, those adopted CIP projects are brought forward into the new plan, but they might be adjusted to represent budget changes or changes to the feasibility of the project. So those projects are updated and brought forward. Citizens can again also suggest projects, and finally staff can submit new projects that align with the criteria that I mentioned before, that the qualifying criteria. So these are the 3 inputs for the CIP. Next slide. This is an important slide to help the community understand how the staff works with the city manager and the Planning Advisory Committee to evaluate and prioritize projects and bring those forward to the council. How are they evaluated and prioritized? They must respond to a federal or state requirement. These are the criteria we use, or address public health and safety needs. alleviate substandard conditions or deficiencies. We evaluate them to see if they're eligible for matching funds that are limited in terms of the timeline and availability. Timing or location coordinated with a synergistic project. Can we get economy of scale by having these two projects that are related done at the same time? Are they identified in a planning document or study? Do they improve quality of or provide added capacity to existing services? Do they reduce long-term operating costs? Provide incentives to economic development? And lastly, do they respond to a citywide goal or submitted resident request? It is important to note that while we apply these factors and we utilize these consistently in the prioritization process, other factors like emerging community needs, public health and safety, or city council priorities all can be considered in the development of the project list as well. This allows the whole process to be nimble and responsive to emerging community needs. Next slide, please. Funding sources. All projects are evaluated by staff to determine what resources are available and the overall impact of the city's short and long-term budgets. Staff works with the city manager and the planning advisory committee to prioritize projects based on the aforementioned criteria that I mentioned, and also the funding impact with the general rule to try and keep the annual capital outlay to less than 2% and to keep the debt service to less than 10% of the total budget. And I'll talk a little bit more about those two factors in the upcoming slides. The CIP, once again, is an important planning document, but it does not bring forward any financial commitment as an adopted document. Projects are proposed, they're reviewed and adopted by the planning board or recommended for adoption by the planning board, and then the CIP is reviewed and adopted by council, and then projects for the next fiscal year move to the proposed budget, and then the budget is adopted. So let's talk about what happens when a project is adopted into the budget. At that point, there's a limited financial commitment. And if we can move to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about how that works. There are two general ways that projects can be accounted for in the budget, either through capital outlay or through a bond issuance. The simplest way to describe capital outlay is that it's pay-as-you-go funding or cash. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the city's goal is to allocate no more than 2% of the total budget towards capital outlay. And this is appropriated upon the start of the new fiscal year and the adoption of the budget. This is very different than bond issuance. And bond issuance is funding through financing. And bonded projects, hang on a second, bonded projects require a separate public hearing and a vote for city council after the CIP budget is adopted. So this is a two-part process. Although it may be accounted for in the budget, it is at that point not funded until that second step is taken after the CIP and the budget have been adopted. The city's net debt service as a percentage of the general fund budget target is 10%, well below the state required maximums. I'm told that our city capital outlay has historically been about 1%, and I think that's where we are now. And again, we are well below the state maximums with that 10% target. So the next slide, please. There are many public input opportunities throughout the process. Beginning with project submission. You have a project that meets the criteria, you may submit that, and we are asking that those be submitted no later than September 30th, so we can make sure that we include those in our review of all the projects and bring that forward to the with consideration to all the other projects that are in the queue. Planning board will have a public hearing, and city council will also have a public hearing where projects can be commented on. And then, of course, there's the added opportunities through the budget process where projects can be commented on as well. Just working through the timeline for the process in August and September, which is where we are now. We're at the process kickoff. Again, we're inviting citizen requests at this time. October, those citizen requests will be reviewed in addition to the departmental requests that will be submitted. And the financials, as I mentioned, looking at the funding sources and trying to work within those 2%, 10% limits. The projects will be assembled and we'll start the beginnings of draft documents. In November, December, the Planning Board will review and hold a public hearing, and this is after the Planning Board Advisory Committee has worked with staff to sort of bring that draft forward. They'll hold a public hearing and recommend an adoption to City Council with potentially some refinement, but a recommendation will come forward in January and February, somewhere between January and March. City Council will review the draft document, hold a public hearing, and adopt the CIP, and then take that document forward to inform the budget development that will occur between April and June. Next slide. There are 3 primary ways that the community can submit a project, and we have worked really hard under the guidance of the mayor to simplify this process. You may just go to the planning department where we have hard copies that you can fill out by hand. We have really simplified the applications. You may just fill those out in writing, handwriting. Not a lot of information, just a major project, a little bit of information about the project description. And then we will kind of work with you to fill in the rest of the information as we develop the project. You may submit online. We have the same fillable form. If you go to Plan Portsmouth / Capital Improvement Plan, you can find the fillable form and fill those out online. And lastly, we've kept an option available through Viewpoint. If you sign up through Viewpoint on the city's website, you're able to submit a CIP request through Viewpoint. We kept that option open. We've already had a couple folks take advantage of that, and we had some rolling applications left over from last year that we'll be bringing forward this year. So these are the 3 major ways that you may submit a project, and we are available to help anybody who has any questions about that. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thanks, Beverly.
Yeah, first off, great job delivering that at 11 o'clock. That didn't seem boring at all, and it was a lot of information with some pretty tired folks up here. So thank you for your patience and for doing such a great job on that presentation. And I did check, I think some other counselors checked, we might have skipped ahead and tried the QR code that's on the presentation. So that works and takes you right to the area to be able to submit the application, and I do appreciate you making that very understandable for us lay people who happen to even sit up here about how to accurately submit a project. That was great, and I hope to see a lot of people take advantage of that. Any questions from the council? Councilor Moreau?
Not so much a question as a comment. I made this comment when I saw this presentation at about this hour last Thursday night as well. But I just like to make sure that the public is very aware, if they're actually still watching us, that submitting these, anything you want done in your neighborhood, you might not know whether or not it fits into it. It's okay to submit it because we will go through them and figure out whether or not it's a project that's already going on or something that maybe we hadn't thought of, or maybe it belongs in a different place. So I don't think that there's any project you shouldn't submit.
Mayor, if I can add to that, we saw some real good success with the use of the QR codes in garnering an understanding of what the public might want to see with the Fleet Street project back in the winter, you may recall. So we're planning on putting this QR code out in municipal buildings and in visible places to get more input from folks we may not always capture.
That's great, like the library and places like that. Awesome.
Right.
Well, again, thank you, Beverly. Thank you for the excellence at a late hour and for the work that is going in. I think that we all want more people to be, we want, I guess, the problem of a lot of great projects to have to decide through because there's a lot of public engagement around what the future of Portsmouth is going to be. And I think making it easier to do so and understanding the process that we have to, we have a great process to prioritize. I think all of it is about trying to get more people to be a part of their government and understand that, this is a step to do it. So if you're watching at home or if you're watching tomorrow, 2x speed on YouTube, and you're at this point, slow down, go to the city website, go to Plan Portsmouth, fill out and share it with your neighbors and your friends about a project that you want to see happen.
Thanks, Beverly. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next up, I'll just keep going, Mayor, if you like. We are bringing forth as panelists both Seth McNally, the president of the New Hampshire SEACOAST Greenway Alliance, and our very own Dave Allen, who is our local rep. They're going to give a very brief update on where the project stands relative to transformation of the former B&M rail line into a robust recreational opportunity. So, Kevin, thanks for bringing them both up. I know Seth is going to speak first. And I've got your presentation right here, Seth.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
All right, I think we're good to go, Seth.
1 second. All right. Hello, Mayor McEachran and council members. I'm Seth McNally, a board member of the New Hampshire SEACOAST Greenway Alliance. If you could go to the next slide. The purpose of this update is to give you a brief introduction of the New Hampshire SEACOAST Greenway Alliance, give you an update on the Greenway and rail trail design and a construction schedule, and share information on upcoming public input sessions regarding trailhead design. Next slide. The New Hampshire SEACOAST Greenway Alliance is a nonprofit corporation whose mission is to assist in developing the New Hampshire SEACOAST Greenway. It's a 17-mile network of rail trails and bikeways connecting the communities of Seabrook, Hampton Falls, Hampton, Northampton, Rye, Greenland, and Portsmouth. The advisory committee formed over 15 years ago, but we've officially become a nonprofit this year with the support of the National Park Service and the Rockingham Planning Commission, as well as the East Coast Greenway. New Hampshire SEACOAST Greenway Alliance is now a tax-exempt 501c3 organization with no paid employees, and the purpose of the group is to provide for regional coordination on policy development, management, maintenance, fundraising, and promotion of the New Hampshire SEACOAST Greenway. We plan to work with our partners, the Eastern Trail Alliance to the north and the Coastal Trails Coalition to the south, who our trail will connect with. When the New Hampshire SEACOAST Greenway is complete, there will be a small segment in the East Coast Greenway, which will connect 3,000 miles of protected off-road trails traveling from Calais, Maine to the Florida Keys, and it is currently 35% complete. If you could go to the next slide. Now I'd like to introduce David Allen, New Hampshire SEACOAST Greenway Alliance board member, to give you a rail trail design and construction update. Dave, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city manager. So the information I put together on this was actually done middle of last week, and it's already actually accelerated as opposed to falling behind. So this project is a Department of Transportation project. They have consultants who are doing the design. I believe you had a presentation in February of this year that gave you an overview of the project. Since that time, the preliminary design has been completed. The final design and preparation of contract documents, which was supposed to begin soon, apparently began soon, and they've actually upped their advertising date from November 8th is what they were saying last week, and now it looks like they're going to be able to advertise on September 30th of this year. So very encouraging that the project is moving forward on schedule. Construction would then begin in spring of 2023 and completion in the end of 2024. And again, the funding is in place to get this done. So we're excited about this. So next slide, please. So one of the things that the contract is for the design of the trailway itself. So they'll essentially build this trailway. I think the first phase is 9 miles of trails down to Hampton. What they don't include in their design and part of their funding is the trailhead, which is the access to the trails. So what, as Seth had mentioned, there's been a group of people who have been working on this for 15 years. And in that time, they've worked with the communities to identify locations for those trailheads. This map shows, in particular, the 3.5 miles of trail, or 3.6 miles of trail in Portsmouth, and there are several areas that have been located, that have been identified as potential access points. And so we're going to be doing some work in that end, and the reason for this next couple slides is just to tell you a little bit about some of the design process there. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So there's the New Hampshire SEACOAST Community Connections Workshop will be taking place in Portsmouth on September 22nd and 23rd, hosted by the New Hampshire SEACOAST Greenway Alliance, the Rockingham Planning Commission, and the National Park Service, as well as Bob White, a local landscape architect, so I'm sure some of you know him, has rounded up several other landscape architects, so we're getting some pro bono service. And the intent on this is to work on coming up with design concepts. And I think what we have to remember here is that this is a continuous trail, and it's not strictly what Portsmouth wants for signage and design. So the intent is to try to get a consensus of all the communities as to some sort of standard design. So as you can imagine, somebody traveling up this corridor doesn't get confused if they come up to a different sign type or a different look for the trail. So these workshops are intended to get community input and put together some design considerations for the communities. So if we go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, we've got the 22nd and 23rd in Portsmouth, and it'll start with an afternoon bike ride on the corridor, beginning at the Eileen Dundaro Drive, the parking area there, with stops at the 3 areas that have been identified in Portsmouth, which are the Stump Dump, Banfield Road, and Ocean Road, as well as going all the way down to Breakfast Hill, which is actually Greenland. But the intent is to take a look at those, get input, do a nice, slow, casual ride, and then come back and have some conversation with people. And then really the rubber hits the road on Friday when there's going to be a drop-in workshop at the Levinson Room in the Portsmouth Library, where the designers can take input from people and start sketching up ideas and putting together plans. And then an evening presentation, early evening, so that people can get out and do their Friday evening thing if they would like. Again, the public is encouraged and invited to attend. And just part of the reason, just so you understand, the reason that this is coming before you this early and with not quite as much detail is the fact that there isn't an early meeting in September. Your next meeting is until the 19th, and we felt that would give us enough time to get the word out and to do justice to both the council and to the public. So we are very close to having more detailed information that will be coming out. We'll send that out to the council and to the media and try to get that out as much as possible to the public. And any questions?
Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if there's any potential for a trailhead entry point that's beyond Barbary Lane. That's as far as we go, or?
Well, that's as far as this portion of the rail trail actually goes. That the purchase started there. Certainly, there are plans, for more trail going up along the North Mill Pond, and I think the city staff is aware of that. And I think the bike ped plan, there are some potential connections there, but at this point, that's really the terminus of the official rail trail that's being constructed as part of this project.
Thank you.
Councilor Tabor?
Thanks, David. If people want to ride on Thursday, this September 22nd, do they have to have a mountain bike? Can they have any kind of bike?
I think, I would not recommend a real skinny tired road bike, but if you have wide tires on a road bike, certainly a hybrid type county bike would do fine on this. There are no hills or anything here, so it's really just, and you can see from some of the pictures that we've included in there that there are some areas where it could be wet if we've had some rain ahead of time. But I would recommend something a little more substantial than a racing thin road tire.
Right, than skinny road bike tires. And what time is that?
That time has not been established yet. That will be coming out. So I suspect it's going to be right around the sometime in the early afternoon.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, very much appreciated, Seth and Dave, for, again, a great presentation at a later hour. When I got a chance to do a ride with some folks around Portsmouth, it was awesome to stop and point out areas that are part of the bike ped master plan. And to Councilor Cook's questions, the trail itself won't go all the way into Portsmouth. There are some working railroads that would prevent that, but a lot of the focus is some of the new bike path stuff to connect people and get folks out of the city and onto that trail very easily, so young families can take advantage of that. So thank you very much, Dave and Seth, and appreciate the work that went into this, and glad to hear that it's moving ahead of schedule and already funded. These are great things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Next up is a letter from Barbara McMillan. She's the chair, and on behalf of the Conservation Commission, requesting reconsideration by us, the council, before proceeding with the plan to rehabilitate the entire Pierce Island pool and associated systems. I'd look for a motion to accept and place this letter on file.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to motion for a report back on the issues raised by the Conservation Commission.
Report, is there a second?
Second.
And solely some of the issues raised are concerning. I know these projects are in the work. I just want, I guess, a summary to know what's going on and what could be done to possibly mitigate the concerns.
So, okay, I would say there are some things that are probably in flight that we could take into a consideration with the, especially with updates, the ability to procure solar panels on more municipal buildings. But I wouldn't want to give the impression that we'd be able to move, or at least not without a more heavy investment, move Pierce Island pool from
I agree,
where it
100%.
currently stands. And so when this letter did contemplate moving Pierce Island pool to a place outside of the 100-foot wetland buffer, it's not something that I would support moving that. I think it's great in terms of having the waterfront that's accessible to young children and young families, but I would support, if the spirit of the letter is to understand ways of which, especially when the bathhouse were to come online, or areas to support the green and renewable aspects of the bathhouse or the pump station, that's well within. But I don't know. I guess with finite resources from the city staff doing an exhaustive search on where we could place, Pierce Island outside of where it currently is, I don't know if it would be prudent for us to do so.
Your Honor, Director Rice could present a bit now, or we could provide a written report back, whatever the preference of the council would be.
Just given the hour, I'd probably prefer just a written report.
Counselor Cook?
Thank you, Mayor. I think my concern is that we have volunteers serving on the Conservation Commission who had enough of a concern about the situation that they wrote the council a letter. While I do not believe it's feasible to move the pool from its current position, financially alone, that would be quite an undertaking. I do think it's reasonable to explore the situation, and so that we know, we're fully aware as a council of what the long-term impacts are going to be to the pool and to the area around the pool. I think that that's important for us to know, just in our planning in the long term.
Sure, I would certainly, we should understand that. I think, while the concerns of the Conservation Commission are valid, the purview that the Conservation Commission has over the ability to, I guess, request these changes, as I understood them, fell outside of the charter of the Conservation Commission. So these are certainly concerns that we can look at, and I think as part of the climate action plan, understand that. But I would want to make sure that we are spending the time that we have with city staff to make sure that it's as best used and utilized for, I guess, areas, if, and this might be the will of the council for us, I mean, we could easily take up and put in the CIP the ability to move Pierce Island to another location and understand how to do that. But I don't believe that we want to spend an enormous amount of resources since they are finite. So I would want to, I guess if I could, have we done away with friendly amendments yet in the governance? Can't remember if we have.
No, we have not.
But if we could limit it to the scope of future work planned at the park to make sure it is of the best, that is aligning with our role as an eco-municipality, I would, I'm fine to support it either way, but I'd like to make sure that we are focusing our efforts on areas of opportunity that we can change and get the most impact out of for the costs associated with implementing those changes.
I would agree with that, but I would also want some information on what happens if water gets in the pool and the pool water gets out. But that's all future mitigation.
Okay. Yeah. Councilor Bagley?
I guess maybe a question, then a comment. Is this going to delay any of the improvements to the Pierce Island pool? I know that some of them are in pretty dire need of happening.
No, and the planning board voted to, right? Did we take up the pool house?
We've actually already approved it, but it's being done in 2 stages due to
Right.
costs of what the estimates came back. But
Right.
it was approved some time ago.
Right.
But we had to do the improvements to the pool in a separate year that the new bathhouse because of costs.
And I just want to say, as a parent who spent a lot of summers at the pool with my daughter, I am 100% against the idea of moving the Pierce Island pool. It is a fantastic asset for the community, and it belongs right where it is.
Your Honor, Director Rice reminds me we are out to bid on the project right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, I appreciate, it's good to think about all of these things as they relate to one another, and I think especially in the pool house, understanding where we could modify the energy sources so that they're more aligned with being an eco-municipality. But, I guess I'm also a big believer in creating stewards for the environment. And, young kids, you get out of the pool, you look out at the river, and there's not a lot of places where, as a young kid, from any means, you can go for free and see the majestic of the Piscataqua running past you, and want to protect that is something that I think is, we certainly want to be mindful of the 100-foot setbacks and everywhere, but we also want to make sure that future generations are also as mindful of what is in our backyard to protect. And I think the pool is one of those things that we are fortunate, very fortunate to have in the city of Portsmouth. And I would imagine that many people began a lifetime of trying to protect the environment by seeing, the environment up close, and it's a special place to see that for yourself. So I will support the motion as Councilor Denton has adjusted from the sample motion, and look forward to report back on what we can do to further improve our status, understanding that the bid is out. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Oh, here we go. On to the council. Can we get it done before midnight? I sure hope so.
Yes.
Sure hope so. All right. So, these aren't, none of these are to be voted on, but congratulations, Assistant Mayor, to be our council representative to the Trees and Public Greenery Committee. You did a great job spearheading that, and your reward is you get to go to those meetings.
Had my first meeting the other week, and
excellent.
already caused debate. So.
And then I would like the council to consider the appointment of Luis Rodriguez to the Cable and Television Communications Commission, the appointment of Tori Brooks to the Sustainable Practices Blue Ribbon Committee, the reappointment of Patricia Bagley to the Trees and Public Greenery Committee, and the appointment of Jeffrey Matson as an alternate to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Those will come up before you as a vote before the next council, and I will regretfully accept the resignations of Henry Melanchuk from the Conservation Commission and Andrea Ardito from the COVID Response Task Force Committee. And then on to Councilor Denton.
Thank you. I move for a report back on how entities that want to address our housing shortage can apply to partner with the City of Portsmouth for funding through the New Hampshire Department of Business and Economic Affairs Invest New Hampshire grant program.
Second.
And I'll be real brief. There was a letter in the packet addressed to the Executive Council. It spoke of the $100 million, which is now available towards affordable housing. It broke down 4 different types. 3 of those involve municipalities, whether it be the $30 million per unit grant or the $5 million per demolition grant. And the question I simply want answered is there a way for entities, let's say like the Portsmouth Housing Authority, to partner with the municipality for those grants? Because that's not clear in the letter.
Councilor Moreau?
The city is already trying to get one of the grants to help us with zoning changes for our Phase 3. Just so you know, the city's already been working on that, the planning department. And I've already been in contact and been forwarding. I've been participating in a lot of webinars about this, and I've been forwarding a lot of information to Craig Welsh, the Executive Director of Portsmouth Housing Authority. So, not to worry. We're on top of it. As to the best of the ability we can, we are looking at all the different ways that we can possibly, use that money or access that money. But first and foremost is, we'll be asking for one of the $100,000 grant funds. So that's my quick update on that.
I am satisfied with that update.
We still need to vote. Are you satisfied with that update and report, or you want a report back in addition to Councilor
If the city staff is already working with the Portsmouth Housing Authority towards some of these items, I'm satisfied with that. Yeah.
We will pull the motion then.
Withdraw my motion.
All right, Councilor Moreau.
This is just really a quick update. I have included in your packet an update for Land Use Committee. We have the Phase 1 amendments were voted on by Planning Board last Thursday. Based off of what you were sent, there were some minor changes, and we'll have those all to you in final form for first reading if you guys do indeed, because I'd make a motion to bring forward first reading for September 19th, 2022 for the Phase 1 zoning amendments.
Second.
So we'll have all of that, and it was just basically we changed cemeteries a little bit, lowering height. We changed railings on roofs, and we removed all the civic districts from any changes. So they will still, none of this, and when I talk about civic properties, I'm talking about churches, historic homes, those kinds of properties. Because when we changed to the character district downtown, we just kind of forgot to apply any sort of zoning to any of those areas. So we were trying to add it, but it's turned into a bigger ball of wax than we were thinking, so we're going to table it for now and look at it later. But the rest are ready for you guys to review and do first reading next meeting. And ADUs, we are doing a second run at some red lines of that on September 2nd in land use, and we should have it back to you to review and send to planning board, hopefully also at our next meeting. There you go, my full review.
Thank you, Councilor Moreau. And, I think there was comments around Portsmouth. I think all of these things are aligned to keep Portsmouth a very attractive city. One of the things that stuck out to me was the grading change and changing,
That's a big one. We need that change.
So like, where Development 1, I think on, that was close to the North Mill Pond, there was folks that felt that, by changing the grade, you were kind of going outside that. So I think having a level playing field on that is some positive steps forward. And so I commend you on the effort and appreciate that this already passed the planning board and the work that went into that, both yourself and the other members, to get that to a point where we can vote on this and move it forward to a first reading. So any other comments or questions? Councilor Lombardi.
Yeah, I also would comment on the changes in the roof structures and how that is going to help keep the skyline a little bit varied, which is, I think, an important piece.
Awesome. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilor Bagley, you're up.
Thank you, Your Honor. First is the Parking Traffic Safety Committee action sheet and minutes of August 4th, 2022. I motion that we move to accept and approve the action sheet and minutes of the August 4th, 2022 Parking Traffic Safety Committee meeting.
So moved. Second. Whatever you want.
All in favor?
Aye.
I think he motioned.
Yeah.
And then-
Very-
Wait a second. All right, and
We're
then
all just one thought.
this is, we have two more motions. The first is move to approve two 15-minute spaces in front of 22 Daniel Street. That's Mo's Sandwich Shop. If I get a second.
Second.
Okay, I'll just speak to it quickly. So why the brick market was under construction, there used to be three 15-minute spaces there. We moved two of them in front of Mo's during the pandemic, so they've been there for the last 3 years. And now that the brick market's kind of coming to completion, the thought is we'll get rid of one space out of the three, and we'll leave the two in front of Mo's because that's where they make the most sense. And the reason we're doing that is on Daniel Street, the 2-hour parking, we have 200% utilization, which means that basically those parking spots are always full. And for the three 15-minute spaces, I believe it was something like 26, 25, and 30% utilization. And when we set the cameras up, what we saw was people were constantly pulling into the 15-minute spaces, seeing the sign, and then immediately pulling out. So we really need this inventory, this one space to go back to 2 hours because that's where the need is. However, we don't want to kind of penalize the sandwich shop and remove all three of the spaces. So we thought this was a good compromise. So the second motion that I'm going to make now is...
You should vote on the first one first, shouldn't you?
Yeah, we need to vote. So
Oh, we
all in
haven't voted.
favor of the first motion on the floor?
Aye.
It's getting late. And the second
Opposed?
motion is move to change the three existing 15-minute spaces on the south side of Daniel Street to regular Zone A spaces.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any comments? No? All right. Thank you, Councilor Bagley. Councilor Cook.
Thank you. The Arts and Nonprofits Committee is embarking on a new process to create a revision to the cultural plan. It's been over 20 years since we had a cultural plan in the city of Portsmouth, so it's time to do a revision. That said, they're looking for volunteers to serve on a subcommittee. So they wanted me to come before the public and to the council to let everyone know that we're looking for subcommittee volunteers for the Arts and Nonprofits Committee to serve specifically on the Cultural Plan Committee. So we don't have an immediate deadline for that, but we'd like to start the process in the fall. So I encourage residents who are interested to send in applications to the city.
Thank you, Councilor Cook. Councilor Blaylock?
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to thank Councilor Cook for bringing this up. I've had several local artists contact me and, what's the process? How do I help? I want to help. Great artists that have grown up in Portsmouth, graduated from Portsmouth High School, still live in Portsmouth, real community members. I play on a men's baseball team, and the art teacher at the high school is also a teammate of mine. And he's expressed the same thing. I know he helped out with the fundraiser for the skate park, got the kids to do some artwork. But I think this is great to have it organized so there's, everyone knows where to go and there's a clear process. So thank you, Councilor Cook.
And is there a website? Did I miss that?
There is no website. They envisioned us going through the standard process of applying to serve on a committee.
Okay.
Because it would be a subcommittee of arts and nonprofits. They're technically a member of that committee for that purpose.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. Would it be possible, maybe a question for the city manager, to put like a banner thing on the website? If you want to sign up for this, click here and float that for a month or so.
Looking at the fabricator of banners, and I think we can make that happen, yes. He's smiling, so that would be
fabricator of banners.
Yes, that is Stephanie.
Oh, that's Stephanie. Okay. All right. Good to know. All right. Excellent. Thank you, Councilor Cook. Next up, approval of grants and donations. First up, an acceptance of grants to the Public Works Department from the Department of Environmental Services, household hazardous waste of up to $4,238. I'll accept a motion to accept and expend $4,238 DES grant for the purpose of household hazardous waste collection events and authorize the city manager to execute any documents which may be necessary for this grant contract.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? One of my favorite days, household hazardous waste collection. One day, I'll have it all out. Next up, acceptance of various police department grants. First up, the Department of Justice through the ARPA for the New Hampshire Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force of $700,000 and a USPCA AKC Reunite K-9 organization of $7,500. I'd accept a motion to accept and move the grants to the police department as presented.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And then back to the city manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Sullivan has prepared for you a lengthy and, as promised, thorough review of public forum issues at Prescott Park. I would acknowledge that the council has received many inquiries and emails, not only about the goings-on at Prescott Park, but also at Market Square. So Bob and I, really Bob, can answer any questions about the memo. But I would also take this opportunity to say that since the police department has been present and explaining the rules to folks in attendance at Market Square, Deputy Chief Maloney shared with me today that he's been monitoring this personally in the last few weeks, and neither he nor his shift commanders have seen any issues, so they feel that, at least with regard to Market Square, things are tracking in the right direction there. But I'm happy to make Bob available for any questions about the memo.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm still receiving reports of the 5 or 6 chairs set up in Prescott Park, so they seem to have moved back to the original location. Could you speak to that? Like, if there's 1 or 2 people and they have 6 chairs, like, is there a line, like, that you have a ratio of people to chairs or something that we should be thinking about enforcing, or is that kind of...
Chairs are only allowed if people are sitting in them.
Okay.
Chairs that are set up as holders for signs or banners are not permitted at Prescott Park.
Or Market Square.
So if somebody on a Sunday, because that seems to be one of the days that I get the most texts, sees that, is there, I mean, is that something you would call the non-emergency line of the police department and report, or?
It is a civil matter, not a police matter.
Okay.
And of course, that Sunday is a problem, Saturday is a problem. the city staff available to do something about it on a Sunday is not great. There is probably nobody capable of responding immediately to something like that on a Sunday. Best thing for a citizen to do would be take a picture of it, send it to the legal department on Monday.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Cook?
Is there a possibility that we can have a code enforcement officer of some type available just for a short period of time until some of the violations die down on the weekends? Because it seems that most of those violations occur on Saturdays and Sundays.
It is certainly possible to do that. Arrangements would have to be made through the city manager's office.
Counselor Moreau?
It seemed through reading through the extremely detailed and lengthy memo that there's really not a lot of clarity to this. I feel like we need to probably put into the very near future of really figuring out exactly where these areas should be and exactly where the boundaries are, because I do feel like it's been kind of naturally expanded and some has been voted on, some hasn't. So based off of that, I'd just like to make a motion that we put it on whoever's committee, maybe governance. I hate to put another thing on yours, but
Don't give it to them.
no. To somebody to do that.
So maybe what you might be asking for is recommendations from the city attorney on ways to further clarify. Not careful, but there's a constitutional right to speech that we disagree with, and.
Right, I'm more talking about the exact areas that we allow.
And that's correct, but we've somewhat de facto allowed more. I believe that the city attorney went down and was ready to enforce areas of Prescott Park that was under his impression to be limited to where the speech was historically occurring, and was presented with videos of where it had been occurring and given permission to do so. So I would, I think to provide something and provide suggestions of how we can codify our rules, but we got to be, we got to be very cognizant of the fact that if it looks like we're trying to prevent speech in one way or the other, then it simply could not, it won't stand the test. And municipalities lose all the time when it comes to.
I'm not looking to try to make this difficult. I just would like there to be one rule and everybody follows it versus feeling like we might have several over the years.
Bob, do you think that's in your purview to take another crack at an opus for seeing where we might be able to provide more clarity?
After tonight, Your Honor, my purview is defined entirely by the city manager.
Okay, well, the city manager, could we have a report back of means of which to make clear to both folks that wish to express their First Amendment and folks that want to view those expressing their First Amendment and understand that they are doing so in a place demarcated by the city?
Your Honor, the document that the council got tonight was kind of an overview. It is certainly within a realm of possibility or ability, I guess, for me to provide a more refined document, perhaps making recommendations to carefully define the public forum areas, much more so than the one in Prescott Park is currently defined, and I think even recommend the reasonable time, place, and manner regulations which the council might adopt on a content-neutral basis. We could write all that.
Thank you.
Your Honor, by way of segueing from informational items to miscellaneous, I should mention tonight, and I'll mention when we bring up the Audit Committee again at next meeting, that the RFP for audit services is out and published and on the website, and responses are due back by qualified audit firms on October 12th. So that is taking place.
Councilor Denton.
I have one miscellaneous thing, and it is to motion to suspend the rules to hold third reading of ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 3 boards. If someone seconds that, I'll explain why.
Second.
So part of the confusion earlier tonight was there's two separate amendments, one on boards people got to speak to, and then the other one on committees. We passed second reading on one and then third reading on the other, I think it would just make sense for us to pass third reading, if we still can, by suspension of the rules on the first one, A. That way we don't have to deal with it. At the next meeting, we could just deal with the Audit Committee.
To do so, Your Honor, the council would actually be suspending two rules, because third reading on the same night as second reading, and the second rule is that it's not in the location on the agenda. However, it is certainly within the realm of the council's authority to do that. And in fact, in prior times, it was very common for the council to.
Okay. Is there a second?
I would second that.
Yeah, Rich.
We did. Rich second. Okay. All in? Okay.
Just
So
to
we have
suspend the rules.
We have motion to suspend the rules.
Both rules.
Yeah, plural, rules.
Right.
Two rules, the rules of out of order motion or not germane to the part of the agenda. What rule is that?
There's the first rule being suspended, Your Honor, is a rule that calls for three separate readings on three separate
all right.
nights.
So we got the three separate reading on three separate nights. We're looking to suspend that. We're also looking to suspend a rule pertaining to
Allow third reading to take place under miscellaneous on the agenda.
allow third reading to take place under miscellaneous and not under. Okay. And we're allowed to suspend two rules at once?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Got a motion that we pass third reading of ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 3, boards.
Second.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. Normally, I would question doing something like this and moving something on the agenda for the simple fact that I want to make sure that the council is very transparent in our considerations. But given that we've already looked at this twice and we really didn't have any comment at all from the public, I think it's entirely reasonable to go ahead and move through third reading.
I will also support this. Oh, man, we're not going to make it if I talk before midnight. But we spent a lot of time at the previous council talking about times where we would not suspend third reading. We did that at various times when it was in the best interest of the city to do so. I think for the discussion at the following meeting, it is so. And the rule exists to be used in special times, and this would be one of them. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, Portsmouth. What do we get?